Hello from Bond University on Australia's beautiful Gold Coast, and welcome to Open Day live from Bond. I'm your host, Candice Dixon, and I am absolutely over the moon to be back again hosting live from campus. What a year it has been so far. Our lives have just changed so much in the last few months. And we're so used to viewing things through our computers and, of course, our phones, which means although this year's Open Day is a little different, we promise you the same information and excitement as being right here on campus. Now, I'm a proud Bondi alumna, having studied a Bachelor of Communication back in 2008. Oh, love those memories. It's so great to be back here on campus today, and we are so happy to have you tuning in from all around the world. If it's the middle of the night, thank you for getting up. I can see we currently have viewers tuning in from Mumbai in India. Hello, Harvey Bay, right here from the Gold Coast. This is so exciting. Welcome, everybody. Now, you're going to hear from loads of different people today from all areas of Bond. Much like MTV Cribs, we'll take you behind the scenes of campus and show off your brand new home. We're so excited. If you have any specific requests, pop them in the comments and we'll get one of our roving hosts to show you. As for our panel of experts, they are ready to inform, thrill and entertain. So check this schedule, check your reminders and tune in for the sessions. They're going to interest you so much. And make sure you settle in with your favourite snacks, or you can just sit here all day. It's so exciting. Now, you're welcome to ask us questions, give us feedback, or say hello through YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, the Bond website. We are actually everywhere that exists. We're going to be giving away prizes throughout the day, so make sure you register your details over at the website. We're also hosting a number of dedicated chat sessions with our experts. It's basically like asking these guys in person. You'll be able to chat through your subjects, career outcomes, or anything campus life. So head over to bond.edu.au/chat to check in the schedule and join the sessions. Now, of course, I'm not hosting today's broadcast alone. I'm joined by two other proud members of the Bond community. These guys, they seriously are hype men. Now, they're going to take you behind the scenes all over campus. Over the past week or so, they've also been out and about experiencing different parts of student life, from taking a fitness test at the Bond Institute of Health and Sport, to challenging an AFL athlete to a bench press competition. They even spent an entire night on campus. Get ready for that one. Joining me today is Nick O'Hara-Boyd, a film and television and Juris Doctor alumnus, and one of our domestic regional managers, Sean Johnson.
Thanks, Candice. I'm
Nick and
I'm
Sean,
a Bond
are you
alumni
there?
myself. I've been working in radio and screenwriting for the last 10 years, and I'm looking forward to showing everyone around today.
Thanks for that, Nick. My name is Sean Johnson. I am a domestic regional manager here at Bond University, and I'm actually standing in front of one of the many entrances here at Bond. Just over my shoulder, though, you will see our recently renovated transportation hub, which is pretty awesome. That said, me and my camera crew today are going to be roaming around the campus showing you some of the glory out there. It's going to be a really awesome day, and I cannot wait to share this with you. Stay tuned, because you guys are in for a real treat.
Thank you, Nick and Sean. We'll check in with you guys again soon. They are seriously the funnest people to be around. All right, let's get straight into it. We're about to hear from the man in charge, Vice-Chancellor and President, Professor Tim Brailsford, who wanted to say hello and welcome to Bond. But first, you might be wondering, what is a Vice-Chancellor? Well, the Vice-Chancellor is essentially in charge of the university. He provides leadership to the academic and administrative sides of Bond. And unlike other campuses where you may never see the Vice-Chancellor, you'll see Professor Brailsford all over Bond and maybe even at an AFL or rugby game. Now, I'm excited to hear from him. We might even find out a few fun facts we didn't know before.
Welcome to Bond University's first virtual Open Day, which we broadcast live over the next 5 hours. These are most unusual times. We all need to innovate and do things differently. So here we go. This will be the first time that international students have been able to join us for the full Open Day experience. So I extend a particularly warm welcome to our overseas viewers. From Vancouver to New York, from London to Johannesburg, from Frankfurt to Mumbai, from Guangzhou to Auckland, or wherever you happen to be watching around the world. Welcome. I also reach out and welcome students and their parents from all over Australia, in every state and territory. Our thoughts are with all of you, particularly those of you in Victoria at present. To everyone, we are very happy that you've joined us today, and I hope that you enjoy the next few hours learning about the truly unique university experience that Bond offers. You will learn a lot about Bond today, but one thing I trust you take away from today is that Bond is unlike any other university. At Bond, our students are at the heart of everything we do. Put simply, we care. We care about the quality of your education, we care about your progress and grades, we care about you getting a job on graduation, we care about your extracurricular activities, and we care about your physical and mental health. In short, we care about you as a person. It's one of the reasons we have consistently been ranked by students as the #1 university in Australia for the student experience year after year. Part of our commitment to students is ensuring that all of our graduates complete their degrees with a broad range of knowledge and skills that extend beyond the classroom. Today, our students will tell you all about it, from what it's like living on campus and the beautiful Gold Coast, of course, to the enriching industry experiences available in individual disciplines, to the opportunities for you to represent the university in global competitions, work placements, sports teams, community service and volunteering opportunities. Our courses and programs are carefully designed to provide the right balance between theory and practice, to ensure that you receive an excellent grounding in both technical and generic skills, and to give you the diverse mix of academic and industry exposure. I hope that you will take the time to have a good look at the study areas that you're interested in. We understand that finding the right university is not always easy. So take your time, have a good look around today, and please follow up on any queries you may have. We will be taking questions throughout the day, and your involvement in our special Open Day presentation is very welcome. Your hosts, Candice, Nick and Sean, will take great care of you, and they will shortly explain how you can have an interactive engagement with us today. We have a great schedule of Open Day discussions prepared, so enjoy our Open Day broadcast. Now, time to hand over to your hosts. Take it away, Candice, Nick and Sean.
Thank you, Vice-Chancellor. Now, before we start, we also respectfully acknowledge the Yugambeh people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and we pay our respect to their elders past and present, and all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Now, as an alumna, I can attest to the incredible student experience we have here at Bond. It really is something special. You know what I'm talking about if you've been here. We're broadcasting from Bond's main campus in Robina on Australia's beautiful Gold Coast. Now, I grew up right here on the Gold Coast. It's my hometown, so I'm extra excited to show you around, and we're going to show you from the sky. So we've got a drone up in the air. Let's take a look at what's happening. So where we are now is Robina. It's about a 5-minute drive from the beach. It's the geographical heart of the Gold Coast, so we truly are in the middle of all the action. The Gold Coast itself has an average of 300 days of sunshine per year, and on those days we can enjoy more than 50 kilometres of sandy beaches. But it isn't just about the beaches here. The Gold Coast has so much to offer, from the spectacular rainforest hinterland to a vibrant cultural and art scene. It is seriously the best place. So I grew up right here in Robina. I have been obsessed with the beach since I could crawl. And after studying at Bond, I headed to Sydney to work for Channel 7, hosting the shows Saturday Disney and then Sydney Weekender. Fast forward quickly, 6 years later, I moved to LA. I started working with Roadshow Films. So many fun adventures, so many exciting times. I honestly feel so lucky to have been able to travel with work, and it's made me quickly realize that the best beaches in the world are right here, and you ask anyone and they'll agree. So that's probably where you'll find me when I'm not here hosting Open Day. Okay, let's get back into it. So, an integral part of being a Bondie might just be the time you spend on campus. Res wars, eating at Lakeside, there are loads of things to learn and experience about being an on-campus student. Now, our man on the ground, Nick, had a chat with senior resident fellow Stuart Allen and spent a night on campus to show us what it looks like. Let's take a look at this hilarious adventure.
Stu, how are you going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. We're here at the Student Accommodation Centre at the moment. What have you?
Fantastic, isn't it?
Stu, you are the senior resident fellow.
Yes. Sounds fancy, doesn't it?
It does, very fancy.
It means I live on site and I oversee the student activities to a certain extent, but basically oversee the accommodation facility. So look after anything that comes up, make sure everybody's doing the right thing and that it's appropriate for everybody, but also try and encourage everybody to get involved and enjoy their time at Bond.
So as someone who lives here then on campus, what's it like for a student? I'm experiencing it tonight. I'm very excited. I've got a little room set up. What is it like for a student living here on campus at Bond?
It's fantastic. It's a fantastic way to immerse yourself in the college lifestyle, in the university lifestyle. You're right on top of everything. It becomes its own little community. It's a beautiful place, as you can see. Not every room has a view like this, but a lot of them do. And you wake up and you're immersed in this, and your day just goes from there. The facilities are first class, the support's first class. It's great, even for an oldie like me.
Yeah, sure. Okay, not doing too bad. You talk about the support. What sort of support are you offering students who are living on campus?
Obviously, you've got the senior res fellows and the res fellows in each building, but we've also got tutor fellows that are across accommodation. So for res students, the tutoring service is available throughout semester. So if they need fine-tuning with an assignment, and there's a notion that students only need help go for tutor support. Sorry, but it applies to everybody, and often it's the really good students who make the most use of that facility. Obviously, we've got the gym on campus, the pool on campus. We've got a res rec program, which is designed to cater specifically for the res students who are often living a long way from home.
I could use a little bit of support. I'm about to head down to Lakeside, grab some food. Any suggestions you'd make?
It's hard to go past the soft shell tacos.
That's pretty good for me. Let's do it.
The sun is smiling. You feel like getting away. Get on the road. It's time to take it your way. The sky is smiling. Don't let it get away. You're on the road. Such a beautiful day. Such a beautiful day. The sun is smiling. You feel like getting away. Get on the road. It's time to take it your way. The sky is smiling. Don't let it get away. You're on the road. Such a beautiful day. 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 Such a beautiful
Oh, the memories are true, Bondi. How awesome was that? Now, here at Bond, we're serious about academics, but we're also very into our sport. Of course we are. From AFL to rugby and swimming to equestrian, Bond sport includes social clubs, of course, and also caters to elite sporting teams. We've called in our resident sport hero, yes, hero, and executive director, Gary Nusafora, to chat all things sport at Bond. Welcome, Gary. Awesome last name. We love it. What is your favourite team? Who's your favourite team?
Well, there's so many teams to support in sport, and I love all the sporting teams that are going around. But I don't know whether I have a favourite team. I sort of enjoy watching a lot of the teams in the various sports, at the university producing great results, and they're doing that today.
Oh, that's awesome. I think you probably do have a favourite, but you just don't want to say it because you know they're watching.
I do know that, yes.
So my sister actually studied sport here, so I know a little bit about it. But for those who don't, can you tell us about the structure? Who can get involved? Do you have to be sporty?
The good news is that sport caters for all of the students that come to Bond. There's basically falls into two categories, really. There's an opportunities for those men and women who come here as students, and obviously they're here to get a degree, but when they're not studying, there's a great opportunity for them to participate in something like about 20 club sports that we've got here. So there's plenty of choice there. But also, too, we've worked very hard in the last 5 or 6 years to develop our reputation as one of Australia's best sporting universities. And we have 8 Tier 1 sports that cater for student athletes, as we call them. So these are people with dual career pathways who are certainly studying and working very hard, but also at the same time.
When you say dual, is that finding the balance between academic and sport? Is that what you
Absolutely,
mean?
yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, if you're performing at the top level, you obviously have to make time for your study, which is very demanding, but also is the training. So we cater for everybody.
And what is the success? What is the key to success, really? My sister just enjoyed it, but how do you take it to the next level?
Well, you make sure that you take advantage of all the academic assistance that you get here as a student athlete. And, you know, we have a lot of, probably some of the best support mechanisms to assist student athletes here, you know, in the country. So an academic skills centre that works very, very closely with those athletes who are trying to fashion their study pathways whilst they're fulfilling the demands of their sport. So using all of the facilities that we've got, and because Bond's a very understanding university and understands how student athletes need, what their needs are. So make use of all the assistance that you get, and there's plenty of it.
I really want to know what names we should be keeping an eye on ahead of the Olympics. Are there anyone here that we should know about?
Well, we've obviously all got our fingers crossed. The Olympics is still going to go ahead in Tokyo, but we have swimmers, kayakers, track and field athletes, sailors, and also George Inglis, who's will compete in our wheelchair basketball. So names: Alex Graham, Jenna Strosh, Minna Atherton, who's one of the best backstrokers in the world.
Wow.
Laura Taylor, a butterflyer, Maddie Goff, Elijah Winnington are our swimmers. We've got an Olympic-level swim program here, so it's not surprising that a lot of those athletes we're hoping will turn up next year at the Olympics will come from that sport. Jean van der Westhuizen has already qualified. He's a kayaker, and he's already waiting for the clock to tick down and hopefully compete there. Bree Masters as well in track and field. So we've got a wide array, and Matt Belcher, who's a world champion in sailing, who's graduated some time ago, but Matt has a close association with this university.
Well, I definitely need to take note of those names. I actually recognise some of them. If you stay tuned, I think Alex Graham might be popping up a little later. Thank you so much, Gary. We really appreciate you coming down, and you're a big hero to everyone here, honestly. So sport is a huge part of Bond's DNA, and I believe we're going to put some of our sporting heroes to the test today. Earlier this week, Nick headed to the Sports Centre gym to take on one of our AFL stars, Esther Bowles-Fran, in a bench press competition. What do you think? Do those muscles have what it takes? Let's see.
Yeah, here we are. It is the state-of-the-art Bond Sports Centre. I'm here with QAFLW superstar Esther Bowles. Thank you for joining us, Esther.
Thank you for having me.
Esther, you've come from Adelaide. How did you end up here? How did you end up playing AFL? Why the Gold Coast? Why Bond?
So the under-18 state competition gets held on the Gold Coast now, and on the Wednesday they play here at Bond. And I know strategically when you arrive, Bond make you do this like walk the long way to the Oval so you can see all the facilities and things like that. And to be honest with you, I just got trapped in that and was like, whoa, and looked around and started to talk to people who were here and started to, you know, take the brochures off of people and stuff like that, and all of a sudden got really quite interested in it. And after the competition, we came back here for a day at Bond where they spoke about the scholarship that was on offer, and the football manager at the time made a joke to me about like, oh, you should apply for that, just as a throwaway banter comment.
Yeah.
And on the way home in the plane, I remember reading one of the brochures being like, actually, that looks unreal. Yeah, and I rocked up to training the other day, the day after, and was like, Robbie, I actually applied for that. And he was like, what? And then that's now we're here. It's crazy.
How do you find AFL here at Bond? How have you found the coaching staff and the facilities, the training schedules?
Yeah, it's incredible. I think that it's an environment for you to be able to be elite in completely and take your game to that next level. level. It's a huge taste of what an elite athlete would be like. It's a huge commitment, but in saying that, it's really quite doable with the support and support network that's behind you. And I think things like training and studying full time and going to gym sessions, meetings, track sessions, running extras, all seems really quite doable with the coaching staff behind you, the wellbeing people behind you, the physios, everything.
Because I'm very bad at juggling, both figuratively and literally. But that's kind of your life. You're juggling the AFL, you're juggling all the academia and the study. Yeah. How have you found that? Have you found there's been a whole bunch of support from Bond?
Yeah, completely. So with the sports program, they are just incredible. Every single time you walk into Hayley's office, you come out and you just feel relieved. She's got your plan, she's got you what you're going to do next, she's got you options of what you could do, and you walk out with what felt like the weight on your shoulders, and now all of a sudden it's just lifted.
AFL aside, sport aside, study aside, how have you found your time at Bond? What have some highlights been for you?
I think that it would definitely be the serenity. I think when you're at the beach and you look up and you think, this is really where I live, and the sun sets or the sun rises and you're like, this is no longer a holiday destination, it's home. Yeah. It's just incredible.
Long way from Adelaide.
Yeah, a long way from Adelaide.
Now, I have been contractually obligated to challenge you to something. I don't know if you're up for it.
No. Okay.
Pretty fierce competition.
Yeah, no.
I'm hoping we could do a little bit of a bench press comp.
Oh,
if you're not too intimidated.
No,
you feel
not too bad. I'm sure you'll be okay.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Very supportive. All right, let's do it.
Well, that looked like fun for at least one of them. I really hope Nick has recovered from that episode, as we're just about to cross to him live in the Career Development Centre. At Bond, we offer support from day one through to making sure you snag your dream job after graduation. But it is not a sprint to the finishing line, rather a marathon to make sure you're as fit for the job world as possible. To get some expert advice from the experts and to tell us more about how Bond prepares its graduates to stand out, Nick is at the Career Development Centre with Kirsty Mitchell, who heads up the centre. Over to you, Nick.
Yeah, well, here we are at the Career Development Centre. I've got a meeting with Director Kirsty Mitchell. We're going to find out a little bit more on the great work that these guys do. Come inside. Hi, Kirsty.
Hey, Nick, how are you?
I'm good. You going all right?
Yeah, good.
Thank you. There's a buzzword going around at the moment. I keep hearing it. Employability. Mm-hmm. Firstly, what does it mean? Secondly, why is it so important right now?
Sure. It's a big word, and I think a lot of people have grabbed onto employability as a catch-all. And so really it can mean anything from knowledge, skills and attributes of a candidate to a set of skills that perhaps an employer is looking for. And certainly here in a university, we're really interested in helping students develop these employability skills over the course of their degree to ensure they're really employable on the other side, but not just an outcome, but set for really their future careers and where they want to go.
Right. For students looking to study or upskill, what insights would you offer them on employers or the industry?
There's always employers looking for top talent. It's still always a challenge regardless of the labour market. And so the things they're really looking for, and particularly in a post-COVID world, is this ability to adapt and to thrive in uncertainty and to really take initiative and problem solve, creative thinking. We're really hearing from employers an ability to fail and learn from failure. And that, adaptability is really critical, in addition to other perhaps technical skills or knowledge required for a particular industry. But that ability to really pivot when things change.
Sure. The Career Development Centre that you have here, it has this reputation as going above and beyond really any other university service that's offered. What is it that you give students? What are those services that you provide Bondies?
Okay, so I'm kind of talking about our secret sauce. It's just real magic. I think certainly the first thing that we have this incredible privilege of working with students over the course of their entire journey and seeing where they go, and being part of that and working in partnership is really this incredible opportunity that's a bond feature. So the fact that we get to know our students, we get to understand what they're looking for and help support them along that journey. And whether that first part is, I don't know what I'm doing with my life, or I need help with a part-time job, whether it's brokering their first internship or industry placement, or then helping support them with Beyond Bond, other employability initiatives, and then even introducing them to their graduate employers and bringing employers to campus to showcase our talent. It's the full suite. We also offer lifelong support to alumni. So that's a real unique feature for us, and we really believe in that life cycle of a student's journey, and we're really here to help a student go from where they are to really where they want to be at that moment in time.
You mentioned Beyond Bond. I'd like to talk about that program for a second. Why is it part of all of the undergrad programs, and what does that mean for postgrad students as well?
So Beyond Bond was really set up as a differentiator for Bond, and I believe it's a real investment in the student and an investment in the game around their employability journey across the degree. So as a university, we're incredibly invested in a student as much as the student's invested in us. And it's that real partnership. And so what we have the opportunity across Beyond Bond is to help support a student in their employability development and showcase that. So it's a framework of learning and recognition around employability. It is a compulsory part of a degree, so you don't get your degree unless you complete it. In terms of a postgraduate student, we offer a range of bespoke, personalised programs based on faculty and then program. So it's really about that program. Also, a lot of our postgrad degrees are a lot shorter, so we work in partnership with the faculty and the program leads around, well, what are the needs of those particular students, recognising that as a postgrad, typically people are more complex, so they have differing needs. So it's hard to offer a broad program that they will fit through. It's really about that tailoring to suit those needs.
Let's say I'm going out, I'm applying for work, I'm applying for a job. Just off the bat, what are a few do's and don'ts that you would throw at me?
Okay, so do's, tailor. Make sure your application is absolutely tailored to the role you're applying for. This is a sales process, so you need to be able to tell a story about what are my skills, what's my experience, and how does that add value to you as a business, as an employer, and be able to have a level of motivation around that. The don'ts, don't panic. Don't rely on an online platform. So some people will say, oh, look, I've only applied for 7 jobs. And we say 7, that's nothing. It's a very complex process sometimes to get a job. So it's really important to be strategic, to really focus on relationships rather than transactions, which feel safer. And certainly don't despair. There is always a way. There's always a strategy, and it really comes back to, again, building out a strategy to help you get there. And that's what we support our students with the process of.
Tying into that and wrapping it up, is there any final advice you would give for making yourself more employable, coming back to that employability and working towards getting that dream job?
Fundamentally, it's really about knowing yourself. So who am I? What are my skills? What are my attributes? What are my values? What am I looking for? Some people come in and say, I don't know what I want. And they go, I'll go for anything. And well, there's no jobs out there for anything. So you really have to, again, do some work around what am I looking for. And then you go out and you build skills and experience and relationships, and you really try and test a whole heap of things and then learn from them. So ideally, fail at some things, reflect on that, and then build it and keep going. And that's sort of the journey of a modern career, really.
Well, thank you, Kirsty. Thanks for inviting us down to the CDC. It's such a great service that you're offering Bondies down here. Back to you, Candice, in the studio.
Thank you, Nick, and what excellent communicators right there. Now, I remember being so nervous about where and how and why and all those things around getting a job when you graduate, but the team at the CDC were so integral to easing my worries. It's such a fantastic service. Now, right before we move on, just a reminder, we're also hosting a number of dedicated chats with an expert sessions. Coming up next, your favourite hero, Gary Nusafora, answering all your burning questions about sport, and I think there might even be some more sport in there. Head over to bond.edu.au/chat to join the session starting in the next 10 minutes. Now, one thing we didn't have when I was a student at Bond is the Transformer program. It might sound like something out of the movies, a movie I'd love to watch, but we're here talking about Bond's entrepreneurship program, an Australian first offered as a fee-free extracurricular activity. Students have created, collaborated, and come together to explore ideas for over 3 years now. We've got a current Transformer student, Vipin, here with us. What a cool name, Vipin. Love your name. Haven't heard that one before. Now, you've actually got a background in architecture. Tell me, what's your life? What's happening now?
It all started when I was in my 4th and 5th year of architecture, and I was looking at how to implement interactive experiences and ways of designing, looking at the future of architecture. And when I went back home, there was no real kind of interactive fields people would go in. So I thought, let me try to do some of that back home, which is Mauritius. And I started making games, because the game engines are the main kind of tools you would use to create interactivity.
The game you have here, don't you?
Yes.
I've been told we can actually set it up on... Do you want to
Sure.
have a look?
Yeah.
You can go over there and you can show us the actual game, which is really cool. We're a multi-camera operation, so don't worry, you're still on camera. So Aftermath, tell us a little bit about it.
So when I came to Australia, I wanted to kind of bring all the fields I've worked in into one culminating project. And Aftermath came along when I spoke to Lisa about creating a project that brought in the idea of sustainability and raise the awareness regarding climate change. And the idea was to kind of bring together and create impact, so people would change their current unsustainable lifestyles. So the idea was to kind of have an image showing disasters that happened. There were consumerist attitudes, and also sort of an investigation on how settlements will change in the future. So that was the land part of the project, and the underwater, which is the next image, shows a cross section of the underwater realm connected with the shore, and seeing the damages we're currently causing, and animals and the fauna and flora affected by it, but also showing things that are real, like currently happening in all the islands, not only in Mauritius but in Pacific Islands also, erosion and habitations being submerged.
I can't believe that you have done this during isolation, during a pandemic. You are the most motivated person I've met. Most people have sort of been binge watching TV shows. But did you find that this pandemic slowed you down, or did it create more opportunity to sit down and really focus on Aftermath?
Well,
do you want to come back up here, by the way? Sorry, I feel like I'm yelling across. I'm not allowed to join you, so I have to bring you back up.
Sure. So for the pandemic, the issue was distancing, so we couldn't travel. And the next image shows the kind of me going back to my roots, doing sort of a plan of the project, like a walkthrough map, and giving the developer, which is Liam and Donna, who were working at home, and showing them where the key modeling had to be done, where the key interactions, and also where we wanted to start and end the level, sort of thing.
Now, people will want to know more, so do you mind telling us? It's on Facebook, Generative Arts, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
I've done your plug for you. So people might want to tune in. So we've got to wrap it up now, but thank you so much for coming in, and people would love to find more about this. So thank you,
Thank
and
you
you
for
can
having
just hang tight while I get to the next section. All right, well, Vipin, thank you so much. We are now due to cross to another Transformer student who has brought to our shores quite a novel idea. Now, Sean, you're with Alex over at the beach tennis courts. Now, I know all about beach volleyball, live and breathe it, but beach tennis, I have no idea. Tell us more.
Hello to everyone out there. Sean Johnson coming to you live from the Bond Sports Center, just behind and actually the Bond beach volleyball courts. And yes, you too have access to these beach volleyball courts. But today we got something special going on here. I have Alex here, one of our Masters in Sports Management students, here to talk to us a little bit about what's going on behind us. Now, Alex, there's a sport here. This doesn't look like volleyball. What's happening back here?
This is beach tennis. It started in the 70s in Italy, and it's a big thing now in Brazil and other 70 countries.
Oh my gosh. So, all right, you are a sports management student. So how does this actually fit in? Did you help bring this to Australia? What's going on here?
Yes, I'm the third person coaching beach tennis here in Australia and the first one in Queensland, and the best place, of course, the Gold Coast.
Absolutely. So it's starting to really grow here.
It is. And the Transformer program is really helping me out with these great coaches we have. And it's really nice the way that I'm using what I'm learning in the subjects of the sports management, putting it into action.
And so I'll talk about that Transformer program. So that's kind of something built into your degree that you can actually do kind of alongside that helps kind of build new businesses, maybe new opportunities for students?
For sure. And the main idea is that you put what you're learning into action. And this is the Transformer program, right? And they really help you out with whatever you need.
This is awesome because I am absolutely seeing action out here. So as I see this sport growing, if anybody in our audience out here wanted to get involved, where would they go?
Follow us on Instagram or Facebook, Beach Tennis Gold Coast.
All right. And for you out there in the audience, I think it's about time I got to try this out for you. So let's go and have a try. Yeah. Come on, Alex. All right, team, I'm breaking in here. I've come fully prepared, ready to go, dressed up.
So, Sean, keep your racket always high.
Okay.
Volley forward, okay? Just push it and keep the ball in the air. Ready? Let's go.
You go. Yep.
Oh, yours.
Sean. Yep. Oh, too much. Oh, he got there. Okay.
Have another one.
That's you, Alex. Yes. Oh, one more time. Candace, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get back to you. I'm having a little too much fun out here. We'll see you back at the studio.
I love Sean's accent when he says my name. It's so funny. That does look like so much fun. I really wish I was there, actually. Here at Bond, we're all about enhancing our degrees with a global perspective. That is so important. That's why we offer our students the opportunities to create a global network of friends, how much fun, and expand their perspectives by undertaking an international exchange opportunity. So let's take a look at some of the opportunities our Bondies have taken up.
And I'm here on exchange for the semester at the University of Hong Kong.
So these buildings here are the non-Greek life ones. However, I'm about to walk over and show you all the sororities and the frat houses.
3, 4, 3, 2, 1. 'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. 'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Bri and I are now heading to class. We have about a 15-minute ride to class, and in Leiden, bikes are definitely a must.
We got the right stuff. We put the hammer right down. Wanna be like us? You better stick around. If you want it, you gotta prove it. Like we do it, like we do it.
Wow, what amazing experiences. Thank you so much for sharing those. Now we're here with exchange student Erin Cronin, who studied abroad in Belgium in 2019. Wow, Belgium, I've never been there. Where exactly did you go?
So I was in Brussels, which is aptly named the heart of Europe. So it's right in the centre of Belgium, and it's sort of in between both the Dutch Flemish side and the French side. So you get that mix of cultures.
Oh, I really want to go. So what was it like when you landed and you realised, yeah, I'm on my own?
It was daunting, to be quite honest, because I don't speak French or Dutch. So all of a sudden I'd left the Gold Coast where I'd grown up, where I sort of knew everyone and knew how everything worked. And I touched down in Belgium, I got off the train, and I couldn't read anything, I couldn't speak to anyone, and at first I was sort of there going, what have I done? What a terrible idea. But once you do get used to it, you adapt, and even things such as finding out where your local supermarket is, learning your walk to campus, it all just becomes part of your new daily norm. And by the end of it, I didn't want to leave because I felt like a local.
Can you speak any other languages now?
No, not really. So I probably should have. And if I were to go back, I would definitely have learnt French. But the university I went to actually taught exclusively in English. So it was more just sort of learning to get around. You do pick up a bit, and everyone was so lovely, and they do really try to help you. So
I'd love to know just one highlight. I'm sure you've got so many.
Goodness, yes. I think being in Europe, it's so easy to forget how close everything is. Growing up in Australia, where everything, whenever you want to go somewhere, it's so far away. All of a sudden being in Belgium, where you can hop on a train and be in France or the Netherlands or Germany in less than 2 hours, it's crazy. So as much as I did love that aspect and all of the travelling and getting to experience new cultures, for me it was more about living in the heart of Europe and the opportunities that it provided.
Oh, just incredible. So did you have to sacrifice anything major to do this? For example, did you have to reduce study, or did you get to tick all the boxes?
No, I really got to tick all of the boxes. I'm studying here at Bond doing law and international relations. So for me, trying to get this international perspective was really at the top of my list going into uni. So the fact that I could go on exchange, I managed to take a full course load. All of my courses were accredited back to my Bond degree, so I still graduate on time. And I graduate, but with a different sort of range of subjects to the rest of my peers going into this new internationalised market.
Well, thank you, Erin. You have inspired me to travel so much, so I'll have to start thinking about Brussels maybe next year.
Definitely worth it.
Thank you for coming by. We really appreciate it. Okay, so we've got a great lineup to go. If you've just tuned in, you are in for a treat. Don't forget to register your details at bond.edu.au/open day to go into the draw to win some great prizes. We've got merchandise all the way through to a $2,000 AFL voucher. Now, next up, we're heading to the pool. Sounds like a plan. Now, one of Bond's best swimmers is about to go head-to-head with one of today's best hosts. Let's dive right in.
Thanks, Candice. We're here on the pool deck with Alex Graham, a man who lives by the motto, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Originally from Victoria, moved up to Queensland, you're studying your MBA. You've won medals at the Commonwealth Games, the Pan Pacs, the World Champs. How are you feeling about the race of a lifetime today?
Yeah, look, Nick, after seeing what you're wearing right now, I'm actually pretty nervous.
Great, intimidating, excellent, that's what we're going for. Mate, you've been studying here, obviously swimming as well. How have you found Bond and that juggle between both of them? How's the support been?
Yeah, it's been really good. I've been up here, I started in 2015, 151 for my undergrad. And the whole experience has been fantastic. I've never ever had an issue with support or anything like that. The Bond Uni sport program really helps me as well. Gary Nisifora is super supportive and he just happens to love swimming, which is great for me.
Right, and talking about the swimming here a little bit, obviously the facility's fantastic. You've got very supportive staff behind the scenes, the training schedule. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? How has Bond made it possible for you to do what you're doing?
Yeah, for sure. Look, this is actually a fantastic complex and it's awesome to have this brand new 25-metre pool and that we can, get the touch pads in and have a little bit of a competition. But I've been training here now since 2016 and this is the best program I've been a part of. Obviously Coach Richard and the assistant coaches Kyle and Xander offer amazing support to the swimmers and the squad mates that I train with are some of my best friends, so everything is just awesome here.
So you've been training a little bit before we arrived here today, so you should be in prime form. You've talked the talk. Are you ready to swim and take me on?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it. Get ready. Get on everything you need. This is the moment the Gold Coast has been waiting for. The two heavyweights in the swimming field, head to head. Who knows what'll happen? We are ready. We are ready for anything. Beautiful facility, lovely day. I'm ready to take you on. This is going to be one hell of a challenge. I've got the floaties, I've got the flippers, and this little baby is going to help me breathe underwater. So, going up against a Commonwealth Games champion, we need all the help we can get. Are you ready for this?
Let's go, mate. Let's do it. All right, here we go. I'm going to turn around very safely. All right, I'm going to call it. Is that cool? Yeah, you go for it. All right, here we go. Ready? Set.
Ooh, okay, that might be a while. Does someone here want to go and send a lifeguard over to the pool? Seriously. Well, right now, back to it. We're heading over to check in with our project managers, where I believe we'll be chatting to Professor Alan Patching and project management student David Zaccato. What a great name as well. Alan, I actually hear you're going to take this interview for me. Oh, great, I'm out of a job. Over to you. I'll be here. I'll just take some notes.
Hi Candice, thank you. I don't think you'll be out of a job. I'll do my best that you won't be out of a job. I'm Alan Patching and I have a background in project management. I'm one of the academics here at Bond in that field. I've got about 45 years experience and our team here at Bond has about 100 years experience. But most of the important answers you're going to get today won't come from me. They'll come from David Zaccato, a final year student, a final subject student who's just about to graduate from the Masters of Project Management course. So David, welcome, and right to the core of it. How would you define project management for people watching here?
For me, I define project management as the leading of a dedicated team in an important project on behalf of an organization's vision. Now, what it comes down to is there's going to be a lot of constraints in the project, such as risk and time and cost and these things. However, it's up to the project manager to lead through these things and make sure that we overcome them. A lot of that is through leading people in the right way.
So it's technical skills and people skills. And when someone's got this group of skills, how can they contribute to an organisation? What do they deliver for an organisation?
Well, what they deliver through an organisation is ultimately deliverables, and that is. It's defined in the project scope. That can be a variety of things, but at the end of the day, it's the people that are going to carry that out, and it's up to the project manager to make sure that it's done in a methodical way.
At the minute level, that's the definition of what has to happen. But when people are thinking about maybe should my offspring, my family be going to do a course in project management, they may be directors of company, strategic management and all of that. How does project management contribute to the delivery of corporate strategy and things like that?
Well, there's those constraints I mentioned, such as cost and time. Those are really, really important things to keep in mind on organizations running on in regards to profit and whatnot. And so keeping to those constraints is really, really important. And industries, across the way are finding project management to be really important to carrying out, these deliverables.
Great, and just one final question. Here at Bond, you're about to leave. What are you going to tell everybody was the best aspect of it? 15-second answer.
My research project. I'm doing it right now. I'm involved in a topic that's really interesting to me, and with emerging technology and construction, it's right up my alley, and it really encompasses the entire project management degree all in one.
So you're finishing a project management course by using project management. That's fantastic.
Absolutely.
We'll toss back to Candice. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Alan.
What a fascinating look into the world of project management. We'll be checking in with those guys a little later on to see what else goes into managing these types of events. I would love to know more personally. So before we move on to the next segment, just a reminder that you can actually jump back in this live video if there's anything you'd like to watch again, anything that really inspired you. Now, if there's one thing every student needs, it's a library. We're due to check in with Sean, who's over at our main library. Sean's usually really loud. I wonder, are you there, Sean, in the library?
Hey Candace, and thank you and sorry. I was just grabbing my coffee from Papyrus, the cafe on campus here in the main library. Now, one thing that's really cool about Bonder and also the library is we try to get to know you personally. So in the classroom, we're going to try to know you by first name, but actually here at Papyrus, they're going to get to know your coffee order. Your coffee order! Crazy, right? So when you're in a hurry, it's really nice to know you have people that care about those types of things. Now, I'm a lactose-free latte extra shot type of guy, if anybody cares. Sure you don't. But we're not here to talk about coffee. We're here to talk about libraries, guys. So we have 2 libraries on campus. We have a main library and we have a law library, which is across the quad. But we are going to specifically focus on the main library today. Okay? So as you can see, the main thing I want to start with is we have a lot of space. We have a lot of place. We have a lot of area for you to kind of get out as a student as well as a group and kind of have those areas where you can speak, collaborate, and work together. Along with the spaces, we have kind of 2 different levels on the library. So the main floor kind of is an area where you can get around with your team, talk at a low roar, no issue there. But if you're sitting there going, Sean, I can't work in those kind of conditions. I need quiet. Pop up those stairs, head through the double doors. You'll find a spot that I swear to you, you can hear a pin drop. It is a space you can get really dug into your focus or into your study and really focus down. Okay? But along with the places and the spaces and the pin drops, we also have computers you can actually log into. So if you do need a computer, you can pop here. We have Macs, we have PCs for your use that you can kind of link into. But if you also have your own resource or your own PC or your own computer, you also can come to the campus, link into the Wi-Fi for all of your downloading, uploading needs. So we've talked about some of the cool different resources and spaces you can go. What I do want to also talk about is the librarian service, okay? Each faculty is actually set up with their own librarian, so a specialized person that can actually help you with your citing, your resourcing, and all those really cool things. So again, as a student, it's an underutilized resource, and I promise you, if you utilize it, it really takes you further. Okay? But lastly, I just want to talk about, we do have IT computer support as well, so if you have any issues with those types of things, again, we're here to help. It's a lot of support around Bond. So, but beyond that, guys, that's pretty much it from the library. I'm actually going to head over and see what it's like to be a project manager. I'll see you soon, Candace.
Thank you, Sean. And yes, for the record, I do know your coffee order now. Thank you all for tuning in. We are so excited to keep sharing the Bond experience with you from Open Day live from Bond. We'll be back in a tick, so you can make a cup of tea, do some stretches, and just settle back in for our next session. It's going to be featuring the Faculty of Society and Design. Stay tuned. Welcome back to our viewers from all around the world. Can you please send us a message? Where are you tuning in from? Now, for those who have just joined us, we are so happy to have you watching. Thank you so much. Just because this is a stream, it doesn't mean you can't interact. Pop your questions in the comments on YouTube, Facebook, or literally wherever you're choosing to stream. So, I'm sure you're all tuning in for this bit. This is the prize part. I'm so excited. So, in case you've just tuned in, let me remind you that we're giving away loads of great prizes today. You could win a merch pack full of snazzy Bond threads and swag, as modelled by Sean and Nick here, or even a $2,000 Apple voucher. Now that sounds good to me. To enter, simply register your details over at bond.edu.au/open day. Now, I think I'm going to announce the prize very shortly, not right yet. Thank you, Nick. We are checking in with our host, Sean, to find out more about project management. Let me just check if I'm allowed to announce the prize just yet. Am I allowed to announce it? I'm allowed to announce. Yes. Okay. This has just come in right this second. So we've got L. Boda from Melbourne. Congratulations. How amazing. And also N. McDonald from Canada. Oh, so cool. I'm so excited. So as the day goes on, we'll announce more prizes, which I'm super stoked about. So we're going to be checking in with Sean a little bit later on. Sean, over to you.
Thanks, Candice. I am here live with one of my favorite professors in the green room, Professor Alan Patching, to talk a little bit more about project management. Now, the key here is we want to know a little bit more about what skills it takes to be a successful project manager. So, Alan, can you share some of those with us?
They break into two categories, and by the way, you always told me I was your most favourite project manager, so I'll let that pass. But basically speaking, we're looking at a range of people skills and a range of technical skills. It's all about breaking a project down into its component parts, understanding where the risk is, the cost is, the time is, etc., and putting it together in our heads and on paper before we actually start doing a thing.
Absolutely. So I guess today, or you've worked on a number of really exceptional projects, including Sydney Stadium, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
So, and today is quite a big project for us doing our
Indeed.
Open Day Live. So
Absolutely.
do you see any similarities between kind of that Sydney Stadium project and maybe what we're doing here at Open Day Live?
Absolutely. The problems, the planning and the problems, no matter what size the project, are the same. Break it down, look at the cost, look at the time, look at what the client wants to have delivered, and then when you think you've got it perfect, presume it's all going to go wrong, as here today, pouring rain. So risk management's a big thing. You've proven that here. You had a backup plan. The backup plan's working perfectly. But even more importantly is the ability to have a team of people like this working like clockwork. And I've got someone with me who can probably answer some questions on that.
I'm sure she can, absolutely.
So I'll go and now speak with Kendall. Kendall is a recent graduate, and it took a very little time at all to become employed here on the Gold Coast as a project manager. And by the way, she's the only person in our history who's got 100% on the research project that David mentioned before. So Kendall, people skills. What are the core people skills that you think help out in the project management environment?
I think the core people skills is really communication. That's super important to make sure everything is on time and on budget, but respecting and understanding other cultures is also very important, and it's a good thing we learn here at Bond how to work with others in group projects, because when you go out into the world and into the workforce, you don't know the background of the people you're working with, so effective people management really helps understanding all of that.
You mentioned culture. How important is it to not only learn culture in the classroom, but to actually absorb it from the very, many nationalities working here as your co-students when you were here?
Yeah, it's really important, and I had a lot of opportunity to work outside of class with some other people from other cultures, and I did the MBA and project management, and both had different cultures in it, so I got a wide range of understanding.
Excellent. Now, it doesn't all sound perfect, so we've got the 15-second answer here.
Yeah.
When things go wrong, what's the worst thing that can go wrong in the people area from your experience or even your theoretical knowledge?
I guess a big fallout would be the worst, and misunderstandings and delaying the project would probably be the worst thing.
Nailed it. Thanks very much, Kendall. And good luck in your career.
Honestly, thank you, Kendall, and thank you, Alan. That was fantastic. I think you shed a lot of light on project management. But that's it for us here in the green room. I'm going to send it back now over to you, Candice, live in the studio. Thank you.
Another useful insight into project management right there. Thank you so much, team. Now, being an architecture student at Bond comes with a lot of perks, and one of these is the super innovative facilities available to all students. The Fabrication Laboratory, also known simply as the Fab Lab, is one of those spaces, and Nick found out how fab the Fab Lab really is. Over to you, Nick.
Here we are at the top of the hill. This is the Fab Lab. I'm joined by Ryan, the workshop manager, Nelson as well. Nelson, you're in your second year studying architecture here at Bond. Firstly, Fab Lab, short for the Fabulous Lab.
Fabrication Laboratory.
Yeah, that was my second. What does that mean?
Basically, we help students with the fabrication of models and teach them about digital fabrication, how it applies to their future jobs.
So it's mostly students who are using this space. What are they doing in here?
So when they first start their degree, we bring them in, we train them on all the equipment, and following that, they basically work themselves up through the woodwork shop into CNC machines, laser cutters, and eventually the robots, and learn how to use them themselves so that they can come in here anytime they want and make their own models, and we support them in doing that. So.
Nelson, in studying here, how frequently are you using the Fab Lab?
Oh, at least 3-4 times a week.
Okay.
Easy.
Yep. How have you found the program so far?
The program's been wonderful, it's been really engaging, and it's just really useful to get really hands-on with the workshop and just model making in general,
So Ryan, looking around, a whole bunch of equipment here. Can you take me through a few of the different pieces and what it is they do?
Yeah, the first would be 3D printers. The students start on the smaller digital fabrication machines like 3D printers and laser cutters. 3D printers are primarily used for printing out small massing models and the experimental design phases of their studio projects.
Okay, so that's 3D printers.
Yeah, next would be the laser cutters. We've got 2 laser cutters here, and they're mainly used for cutting out parts that they assemble into their final projects. So every studio, they build their own models, which are all fabricated here, and they'll design landscape interventions and building interventions, and they'll fabricate those using the laser cutter and the parts they cut out.
Yeah, right. Anything else?
Yeah, we also have the robots as well, which you'll see soon, and they're used for teaching basic programming to the students and also the future fabrication methods. We do a lot of metal pressing, CNC machining on them, multi-axis machining, and we've started also getting into ceramic 3D printing as well.
Yeah, right. Do you ever find yourself using the laser cutter at all, Nelson?
Yeah, every semester, whether it is the model making or building contours, it's just use it for so many different ways of designing, so it's a really helpful tool.
Well, thank you both so much for having us here today. Such an impressive setup. This is the Fab Lab, and it is pretty fab.
What an amazing space and technology to use. That's not the only cool space in architecture. Nick, you're actually over at the architecture building right now, aren't you?
Yeah, thank you. Here we are at the Abedian School of Architecture. I'm joined by maybe the swankiest dressed man on campus today, Professor Chris Knapp. I want to talk about, firstly, this building is so impressive. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So a building that was commissioned through an international competition. It was designed by architects from London, Crab Studio, Professor Sir Peter Cook, and completed in 2013, 3,000 square meter building. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for our students. It's one of the only facilities of its kind in Australia that offers that kind of dedicated access. Every single one of our students gets their own desk, their own storage, own chair. They can do all their work here. It's basically a simulation of what it's like to work in a real office. You learn to collaborate, work with other students. It encourages lots of learning through making. It's a full in situ concrete building, so it's really robust. It's basically like an art studio, amazing south-facing glass. We get really good daylight. It's just an excellent facility to learn architecture.
It's stunning inside. Shall we go and have a bit of a walk and check it out?
Yeah, let's go.
Now, I'm sensing a bit of an accent there. You've taught all across the globe.
Yes.
What is it that makes Bond different to any other university or college?
Well, I would say one of the biggest differences is we're a very small school, so we have excellent ratios of staff to students. We have a number of practice professors in teaching, so the students get really firsthand exposure to the latest in practice techniques. Excellent sort of at the desk learning from the hand of the master sort of approach. Every student's project is treated very individually, so the creative study that they get to pursue. It's really supported by the facilities and the staff, and so very small, learning through making. So you can see we've got lots of excellent examples of our student models. Our fabrication lab, they're using 3D printing, laser cutting, robotics. They can go from this building out to the fab lab, back again, very, very fluidly. So just the access that they have to the facilities. It's really unparalleled, to be honest. I mean, we have the amazing sort of ratio of staff to facilities and students. It's very hard to find that in any other institution.
And you've had some incredibly successful alumni that have come through as part of the program.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had students go on to become registered architects, which for us as a young program is a pretty big deal to even get them to that point of getting registered. Some of our alumni have even come back now to teach, but we've had students go off to work in New York City, Shanghai, Los Angeles, London, Singapore. Yeah, really, what we're preparing students for here is to be able to work all over the globe. We're also preparing students to really be leaders. We're trying to train students to not just be able to be ready for practice, but to actually go out and help to kind of transform practice. So we're teaching them beyond, state of the art, beyond industry standard here, really so that they can go on and, be able to embrace and take advantage of the kind of opportunities that lie ahead in the 21st century. It's a pretty interesting time, but we're, giving them lots of fantastic skills to be able to take on the challenges.
Yeah, and there are different architecture programs that are offered as well within Bond.
That's right. So we have the Bachelor of Design in Architecture, which is the undergraduate degree. It's 6 semesters, takes 2 years at our advanced rate of study here at Bond. And then we also have the Master of Architecture, which is the main accredited architecture degree that you need to become a registered architect in Australia, as well as a graduate diploma pathway for students that have a non-cognate undergrad. So that's a new program that we're really, really excited about. It's becoming another avenue for students to come in, more mature age students with different backgrounds. So it's also a great way to differentiate the culture of the school. And we also have a Master of Architecture Professional that's aimed at students that come from overseas, and also a Master of Architecture dual degree with Master of Project Management, which is also a really popular degree.
Now, I've had some buddies that have come through. They've studied architecture here before. The one thing that I always hear, it's very hands-on. It's incredibly hands-on. And this is a perfect example of it. We've got some students over here. I'm going to go and have a quick chat with them. Pleasure meeting you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So, Chiz, over on the side. How are you, mate? What are you working on here? What's going on?
Well, for our studio, we were given a site in China. It was a small city in the south of China. And we basically had to explore different ways of making a mini city and, creating a vibrant community and neighborhood. So now I'm just analyzing some of the factors hitting our site and our allocation of it. So yeah, it's exciting stuff.
Great. Nelson, good to see you again. You're always here, mate. Okay, yeah, no, we're done with you, Nelson. Gemma, up the back, what are you working on? It looks like you're filling out a diary.
Yeah. So at the moment, we're focusing on how we can create an urban acupuncture through the city of Qijing. So how we can parasite into this pre-existing city and create kind of this cultural twinning form through the city as well.
Beautiful. All right. Keep going. Hard at work. I love it. Great to see you all. Thanks very much. Fantastic work happening down here at the Abedian School of Architecture. Back to you guys.
What a stunning facility. Thank you so much again, Nick. Now, just a heads up that the next of our Chat with an Expert is coming up soon. We're deep diving into built environment and architecture. So get your questions ready and head over to bond.edu.au/chat to join the session starting in the next 10 minutes or so. Moving right along, journalism has long changed from printed paper to being a cross-platform experience, much like today. This year alone, we've seen some of the world's most defining moments captured on mobile devices and shared instantly across the world. We're about to tune in to our resident journalism experts, Assistant Professor Caroline Graham and Senior Teaching Fellow Rob Layton, to talk about why the future of media is right in the palm of your hand.
Hey team, welcome to the Bond University Journalism Newsroom. We are about to hear from Rob Layton and Caroline Graham, two of our award-winning academics here at Bond University. First, Rob is going to talk to you about how you can actually turn your phone into more of a professional device, which is going to be really interesting. But I'm actually going to sit down with Caroline Graham, who's going to cover a bit about the journalism industry, a little bit about the award-winning podcast that she was a part of, and give you some insight as to what Bond is doing for some of the current students here. But first, let's send it over to Rob.
Hi, I'm Rob Layton and I teach mobile content creation here at Bond University. So what that means is we use our phones for video, photo and audio storytelling. So for the past 2 years, Apple have selected my images for official competition in their annual Shot on iPhone contest. So I thought I'd share with you a few tips on how to make your photos better. So if you want to have photos like this, or this, or this, then here are my 5-step process to awesome mobile photography. Okay, so step 1, plan. Now, it probably sounds a bit obvious, but any creative process starts in your mind. So think about what is it that you want to express? What's the picture that you see in your mind, and then how are you going to express that in a picture? What is it that you want your photo to say? Or what is it that you want your audience to take away from that photo? So equally, I would really strongly advise you to learn your camera. Know what it can do, learn the functions of the native camera, and also, importantly, learn what it can't do. And then when you're ready, move on to a dedicated app. And then we have step 2, which is framing. Do you want to use the wide camera? Do you want to use the tele camera? Do you need to step forward? Do you need to step back? Is there too much space on the left, not enough space on the right? Think about your positioning and what you want your picture to be saying. That will lead you into step 3, which is compose. And this is where you'll actually create your image. So whether you want elements in this spot or that spot, to achieve that, I would really strongly advise that you turn on the grid. All native cameras have a grid, and all third-party camera apps should have a grid. And what that will enable you to do is then use what we call the rule of thirds. And the idea behind that is that wherever those lines intersect, you can place something. Or wherever you have those spatial divisions, you place something. And you can lead your viewer through your image. Then we have step 4, and that is expose. You should be thinking about photographing the light and how the light interacts with that thing. So think about the light, think about the exposure, and you can absolutely manipulate and control the exposure even with the native camera on your phone simply by tapping and holding. And what that will do is lock the exposure, lock the focus, and then you can run your finger up and down to change the exposure dynamically. From there, again, I would recommend moving on to a more professional third-party app, such as Filmic First Light, in which you can then start using what they call the zebra stripes. So that will show you areas of your composition that are overexposed or underexposed. And you can also then read the histogram, which is telling you exactly what the light is doing. Now, the 5th part of the process is then editing. And this possibly is the second most important part of the process. So every picture really should be edited, even if it's just a little tweak here or a little tweak there. And again, I would recommend you start with your native camera. See what it can do. Understand what all those sliders mean. Understand that if you move the highlight slider to the left, it will reveal highlight details. If you move the shadow slider to the right, it will reveal shadow details. So a couple of years ago, 2 of our mobile journalism students came 2nd and 3rd at the largest mobile journalism event in the world, held in Europe. And this is the cream of the best mobile content creators on the planet. That could be you. Not only will we teach you the skills you need to advance to where you want to be here at Bond, but they will be actually meaningful skills. So I can't wait to meet you.
Thank you, Rob, for those awesome tips. I am now joined with Caroline Graham, another award-winning journalist we have on our staff here at Bond University. Thank you for having me in this beautiful area.
Oh, it's a delight to have you in here. We always love showing off the facilities.
I'm going to dive right into it, though, because
Let's do it.
You've won an award for a podcast that you've done.
That's right, yes.
Absolutely. So now we might talk about that podcast a little bit, but I think what I want to kind of dive into is there's a number of people out there that want to know how to make a podcast, or what are things that go into making an award-winning standout podcast. Can you share some of that stuff?
Absolutely. One of the first questions people always ask me is what kind of microphone, what kind of recorder, what gear do I need in order to make a podcast? And I would say that's not the right first question to ask. So I think the important first question is what kind of story do you want to tell and what's the best way of telling it? One of the things that is so exciting about podcasting as a medium, it really is a medium that is, open to people trying things and being experimental. And an audience will forgive a lack of audio quality or a lack of polish if what they're hearing is a really, powerful story told in an interesting way. So I think the first thing really is story, coming up with an original idea and telling that in an interesting way. I think the second thing is authenticity. So there's so much amazing kind of research and science about the way we listen to things. But I think what's interesting about audio as a medium is that in terms of trust and credibility, it's actually one of the most trusted mediums, and you can pick up a lie or a sense of emotion very easily in audio. So being honest, being authentic, I think carries so much weight in this medium.
And I want to step in because I got to be honest, that's the type of person I know you to be. So it very much, it just kind of flows organically, truthfully, when I speak to you. So I think, honestly, in those podcasts, I'm sure people really felt that, and that's probably what they really connected with.
Well, and I think, it is a really intimate medium, and it's a medium that's about connection. But what's beautiful about audio, I think, is it takes you inside a world, and you can get so close to being inside someone's headspace. So for that reason, it's intimate. You're in someone's headphones, you're in someone's house.
Well, you transitioned because you originally were kind of the traditional journalist kind of writing, in the traditional way, but you've essentially transitioned kind of to this a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was trained in print journalism, essentially. I started out in hard news, in regional newspapers. I moved into feature writing. I write fiction, I write non-fiction, I write long form. But I think, that the industry is changing, but all of those kind of core elements of finding good stories and telling good stories actually transition across beautifully.
Of course. I want to ask you, what are some of maybe the misconceptions of when you go into a journalism degree and what maybe jobs you get or what you do, or could you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So probably, when I started out in industry 15 years ago now, I guess, it was very much you went into print, you went into radio, you went into television, and that was kind of
those,
your specializations. Whereas now, I think there are so many, and anytime I list things off, within 30 seconds, there's a new job that's appeared. You've got people who are kind of news curators and podcasters and bloggers and user experience designers and aggregators and in production roles, and it's extraordinary. I think we have never lived in a time where we are more surrounded by content. And we've also got kind of these hybrid roles that sit somewhere between, corporate communications and PR and brand storytelling, and lots of students who kind of end up going out and working for not-for-profits, doing like documentary style work, but that's aligned with an organisation. So there's a lot of scope for people to make it their own and to specialise early on in something quite niche.
Of course. And even when you're talking about even the brand recognition and writing those brand stories, I think some of us read some of those things and go, I love that. And there was someone behind the scenes that kind of created all that type of content and got it out there in a certain medium.
Yeah, and even in business fields, in entrepreneurial fields, that essence of storytelling is super important.
Absolutely, that's fantastic. I guess, is there anything else with regard to kind of looking at the industry, being able to do internships? And I think we have a number of different partnerships out there that students get access to. So
yeah, definitely. And this is, I think across all of our communications, journalism, creative arts, it's very much part of the ethos that we have.
Yeah.
But our students come in with experience and ideas, and we want them telling stories and creating work as early as possible. So this newsroom, it's beautiful technology, but what I love about it is that you can walk in here and find someone who's working on a book and someone who's working on a documentary and someone who's making, a multimedia experience and someone who's recording podcast audio. And the more that we can get students kind of out there early, trying out their voices, getting things published. So we work with industry all the time, with organisations like ABC. We've had students publish with The Guardian, with News Corp. We want them out there as early as possible, telling their stories and
taking that
creating
passion.
change as
100%.
well.
Yeah. No, that. Fantastic. I mean, I'm not a journalist, but I want to sit back and start looking into some stuff and get it. Rob taught me how to do it on the phone. It's an awesome space, and I just appreciate you talking us through it and kind of clearing up some of the misconceptions maybe out there and giving some drive to some students that are out there as well.
Well, and even like you mentioned the award, that was a podcast series that I did, but we actually had 4 students involved in that series. So they worked on the show as researchers. They helped us with the edits. Obviously, it's one thing as a personal and professional achievement, but to share that with 4 young people who are not graduated from university yet, I think is really special, and I think it added something to the project.
Well, even the trajectory of their careers now, being able to work on something like that, just knowing what that experience is like and being able to put something together for an award-winning piece, it's awesome. Those are fantastic experiences.
Well, and for us too, for our colleagues in industry,
Yep.
and me, it's having their voices in there is powerful too.
100%. Well, Caroline, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you talking with us, meeting with us today. Guys, we are going to send it back to you, but we appreciate you coming to the newsroom, the Bond University Journalism Newsroom, and we will see you soon.
What a fascinating look into modern journalism. I just love journalism. I studied it myself. If you want to quiz the academics, head over to our Chat with an Expert session on journalism. It's starting in 10. Now, you can join that session by heading over to bond.edu.au/, don't forget the chat part. Now, if you're like me and love watching shows like Dexter or Criminal Minds, spotting a liar is one of the most intriguing aspects of criminology. Now, Assistant Professor Robin Lincoln has joined us here for a very interesting panel experiment. We're going to try and pick the truth from a lineup of lies. Now, Robin, before we get into that, criminology was one of my favourite subjects ever. I had the best time. I even went to jail as part of it. It was so multifaceted. Can you just give us a little snapshot? What is the program?
Well, welcome back to Bond. It's wonderful to see you, Candice.
It was last week, right? Not 10 years ago? Yeah, last week.
Absolutely. And we still are taking our students to prison. Each semester we try and go on a prison visit with a small group and see the prisons of southeast Queensland. And lots are always happening in criminology, so crime never sleeps, and so we're always updating the program. A couple of new subjects, cybercrime and explaining crime are going to be offered. We've also got a new graduate certificate in criminology starting next semester, and keeping on with updating those programs and offerings.
So what sort of career path might we take with criminology?
A lot of our students, particularly those who do live in southeast Queensland, work for probation and parole or corrective services generally. Some will end up doing training roles or psychology roles in correctional centres, and that often the jobs come about because they do internships, of course, through Bond and get academic credit for it. And so many of the students that I have personal contact with have been offered jobs following their internships, which is very exciting.
That's great. And I personally found that I was able to get really, really high marks because I just loved researching about it. It was sort of like human interest rather than study. So that's sort of my take on criminology. But yeah, I really, really loved it. I thought about, maybe going into journalism with that. So that's another career aspect, speaking speaking of journalism. But now we're going to do something fun. So I know there's loads of students tuning in. They're really excited about your program and they'd like to see us put this to the test. So we're going to ask beautiful student, and actually a friend of mine, Jade Anderson. She's going to answer 2 questions, and Robin is going to let us know if she's lying. I'll take part, and we'd love for you to take part at home. Let us know what you think, comment, tweet, respond on any one of the channels. All right, so do you want to take over from here?
Yeah, so yes, Jade is a CRIM student and I've known her now for 3 years. So I should have some familiarity with how she expresses herself, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be very good at detecting deception, because it's very difficult. We humans are not very good as lie detectors, and so we've only got a 50-50 chance of getting it right. So, but Jade's been prepped before, she knows the questions, but I don't know how she's going to answer them. And this is pretty much like a real life situation, in the sense that if you were a witness to a crime, or you were indeed even a suspect, you would have some idea of what was going to be asked of you. So Jade, under our lockdown circumstances, our thoughts are turning to memories and photographs about vacations and travel, which has been denied to us for a while. So can you tell me the best holiday you've ever been on?
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you guys for having me. The best holiday I ever went on was a trip to America with my parents. My favourite part of it was we went to Sedona. We stayed there for 4 days. It was absolutely beautiful. It is called one of Hollywood's gems, and I fell in love with it. It has just an air about it that's intoxicating. And we even got to see a bit of snow there, which is very rare, but it's beautiful. And when they say it's Hollywood's gems, they really mean it, because there are even laws about having certain colour schemes for your houses, certain lighting. It was just educational and a beautiful time with my parents, and so secluded. Honestly, I would do it again in a heartbeat. So that was my best holiday.
Aww, that was lovely.
Well described.
I want to
go. Yes, exactly.
Okay, so one more.
Will I answer that one first?
Yeah, go
I
that
might
one.
have to quit
You
my
know,
job.
You know. What do you think?
It always is very difficult, but I thought she was closing her eyes, reminiscing, used her hands a little bit, but there is no single marker for telling a lie. So I'm trying to look at the whole cluster of behaviours, and I may well have it wrong, but that's okay, because that's a learning moment for us all.
Absolutely.
At Bond. But I'm going to say it was the truth.
It was a lie.
No way!
That's the end of my career.
Maybe you need to get into acting. This is incredible. I'm honestly blown away. I know Jade, and I can't believe that you're good at this. Well, I guess we probably should just avoid lying altogether. It makes things a little bit easier. Now, Robin Lincoln is about to join Joel Mason from the School of Psychology over at our Chat with an Expert session. So, Robin, you're going to have to run, I think. Head over to bond.edu.au/chat to join the session and chat further. All right, well, over to now film and TV. Our film and TV students here at Bond have access to state-of-the-art equipment of the highest industry standard. Now, I'm talking it up because these guys actually went to Bond. So all of these cameras and everything, it's all Bond. To complement that, they're instructed by academics who have worked and continue to work on Hollywood blockbusters. Now, we're going to catch up with some film and TV alumni in a minute, but let's take a look at some of the work our students have produced recently. I'm not just talking about this. Let's roll the tape.
Since our earliest moments, stories have defined us.
Through our stories, we capture life's every moment.
We educate and we entertain.
Through our stories, we leave our mark on the world.
Stories unite us.
They teach us life's most fundamental lessons
and show us the path towards a better future.
Filmmaking is our dream.
And that dream is also a part of you.
This is your story.
The only question is,
how do you want it to end?
Okay, so what we're going to do now is show you guys. We're going to turn the cameras all around. I want to show you who's behind the scenes. They're all Bondies. So you probably can't turn your camera because I'm talking, but Hamish, you're very modest behind the camera there. Now we're going to step out. This is where the magic happens. So multicam operation, all the screens. We've got mics, we've got an earpiece, and guess who speaks into this ear? And it's kind of driving me mad. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. How are you, James?
I'm doing
You
swell.
doing well as the director for today?
I think I'm doing okay.
Yeah,
I won't open up to the viewers to answer that question. But
Okay.
yeah, they can answer everything else
Look,
I've been asking.
I'll be honest, he's got a very lovely voice, and it actually can go through to my head if I need to speed things up or a water prize or throw to a break, sort of like that. So you studied film and TV. I have to ask, what was that experience like for you?
I actually couldn't get enough of it. I did my undergrad here, studying film and television, and then I also did my postgrad, because when I finished, I felt just love the experience so much. And it's very different to high school, because in high school you take film and TV as a subject, whereas choosing to do it as a degree, well, you've decided, I want this to be my career. And the great thing about that is you're now surrounded by people who are just like-minded as you. And so it just makes that whole idea of explaining why you want to do film, especially as a career, because I do understand that is a hard aspect for some people to grab, but I can guarantee later on down the line, my dad always says, who works in film and TV, you're always going to be the most interesting person at a party as well. So,
Well,
yeah.
I'm actually going to put you on the spot right now and ask
Okay.
you to name drop. Who have you worked with? What productions have you worked with? Give us a little bit of an idea. We love Hollywood.
So I've been lucky to live on the Gold Coast, and just down the highway here we have Village Roadshow Studios, and they've dealt with some huge productions such as Pirates of the Caribbean. We've got Dora the Explorer, Aquaman, Thor. I just recently, last year, finished working on Godzilla vs. Kong.
Wow.
And there's even bigger productions coming through. So yeah, if you just IMDb them, they're the kind of people I got to work with, and it was just amazing.
That
yeah.
is actually, top in the world, and that's all from studying at Bond. So fantastic. You really speak for, it speaks for itself that you're here doing this right now. So thank you so much. And I
welcome.
believe that Professor Alan Patching actually is quite the host. He's enjoying this. I've been asked to actually throw back to him again. So over to you, Professor Patching.
Yeah, thanks, Candice. We're right here, just around the corner. I'm joined by a very busy and popular man this afternoon, Professor Patching. We've heard a lot from students about the innovative program here at Bond. What I want to know about is the industry. Can you talk a little about that?
The industry has been very positive for project management. 1988, a study overseas showed that only about 8% of companies outside of oil and gas and construction use project management. A couple of years, Price Waterhouse did a study in America that showed 98+% of companies said we need project management to be successful, and people need project management to move upwards in our companies. So it's a good thing to be thinking about from a career perspective.
As we heard before, you've been involved across your career in so many massive projects, including the build of the iconic Queensland Suncorp Stadium. What does it take to bring a project like that to life, of that scale, of that magnitude? What goes on behind the scenes there?
Basically, you need the best possible people in every job. You need the best systems that they work by. You need teamwork that's second to none in terms of respect, collaboration, working together, but able to name a problem before it gets too big without insulting the other person. It's the full gamut of technical, what we call the high-touch skills, and the high-tech skills, I should say, and the high-touch skills of getting on with people and being a good team.
Right. Finally, it's been a massive day here at Bond, obviously live from Bond, going since midday. From a project management approach, what have you seen that you've liked? What have you seen that you think maybe could be improved upon in the future?
Putting me on the spot. Look, the best possible answer to that, I believe, is in project management. I may have a view that something here could have been done better or not in any program. But I don't know why it was done, and I don't know why other people thought of it. So it's not right for anybody, any single member in the project environment, to sit back and say, this is what could be done better. The right approach is to get together in what we call a lessons learned exercise. Everybody says, this is what we did great, let's celebrate it, and this is what we got wrong. Let's change the process so it doesn't happen again, and next time we do the project, it'll be even better.
Project management can take you in so many different directions. Professor Patching, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks for having us.
This is Open Day. We are live from Bond.
Well, we are back just in time. We have a situation unfolding right here, a mock situation that is. Now, in our international relations program here at Bond, our students will practice their diplomacy skills under pressure. We've got Dr. Mark Deneen and current international relations student Zuzana here, and we're about to put this practical training to the test. Now, we're going to be picking a crisis and ask Zuzana to prepare an opening address to the United Nations. So let's see what the crisis is. I think I have it in my hands. All right. Yes, very interesting. Weaponizing outer space. And just to make it even more complicated today, you will be representing the country Russia. So, look, we're not that mean. We're going to give you a second to prepare because we're putting you on the spot. So, in the meantime, Mark, I do have to ask you a couple of things.
Certainly.
What are the key features of this program at Bond?
So, Zuzana is actually part of our International Model United Nations program as well, which is why she's been chosen to be a part of this particular event. So the International Model UN sees students travel abroad to participate in Model United Nations conferences, where they'll basically take on the position of a country and have to represent that country's interests, debating matters of international concern. So weaponizing outer space shouldn't be too much of an issue for Zuzana, but we will see how it goes. It's one of the unique, I guess, assets that we're able to have here within our United Nations program here. Within the International Relations program. In large part because of our small class sizes at Bond, we're able to customise our assessment and really embrace different approaches to learning and education as much as possible. It's a real focus on employability as well.
Okay, so forgive me, I'm a little bit ignorant to this world. What will we hear so that we understand when we're distracted? What will we be looking for? What are we listening to?
Okay, so there's going to be three important things we're hoping that Zuzana will be able to cover within her opening statement.
Okay.
The first thing is going to be a hook. And the hook is really, well, why are we going to continue to listen to her? Big problem in international relations is that not everyone, or international diplomacy even, not everyone wants to continue listening. So we're looking for something to grab our attention about this issue, the problem of weaponizing space. We then would like to learn a little bit about Russia's program and Russia's policies, maybe a few of the international policies being utilised, before closing off with a bit of a call to action, a way to remind all of us the importance in addressing these particular issues as well.
And what are your students working on right at the minute?
At this exact point in time, we were meant to be preparing to head off to Japan, but obviously the COVID pandemic has had a slight concern there. A delay is the best way to do it. We are postponing, we're not cancelling, and we look forward to going through with that particular tour in the future. But we also have a public and foreign policy course here at Bond as well. So my students are currently identifying problems within the Australian domestic policy context and trying to create innovative and new solutions to them as well. So no easy task, but so far they're doing well and they're up to it.
I mean, it's in the title, international. Do you get to travel?
Do I get to travel?
Yeah, do your students?
Well, fortunately, it was part of the Model United Nations program. They have been able to travel, and I, of course, happily volunteer to escort and help them along the way.
Yes.
But there are a number of other international opportunities as well. We have a tremendous number of international internships. You've got the study abroad program. I'm a firm advocate of the idea that we shouldn't even be allowing you to graduate with a Bachelor of International Relations unless you've left Australia.
I like that rule.
It should be the rule.
That's a fantastic rule.
It's not set in stone. You can obviously do it, but
yes.
I would actively encourage you to disappear. As much as I enjoy seeing all of my students, it's nice to be able to get rid of them for a semester and have them go out and garner that international experience. In fact, Zuzana's off to an international internship soon over to Vienna, I believe.
Really? Is that right? Vienna? Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Look, I'd love to chat to you about that, but you have some really hard work to do for our entertainment. So, Zuzana, how are you feeling? Prepared? Do you think you should grab the mic? Do you think you should take off?
Look, given the circumstances, it's the best it'll probably be, but I'm ready when you are.
Okay, well, over to you, Zuzana.
If I asked you how your cell phone knows your location, how your smartwatch can tell you how fast you ran, or how your car can estimate traffic on the road, the chances are you might reply that it was your GPS technology. What you probably wouldn't know is that all of this would be nearly impossible without Russian satellite technology. In 1957, Russia became the first country to explore the use of outer space, and the Federation continues to recognize the extraordinary potential for outer space through its GLONASS satellite system, which works alongside the United States GPS system to provide citizens across the world with access to vital data. However, this data and our satellite systems are under threat from countries which seek to undermine the peaceful nature of outer space for their own benefit. In the 1972 Declaration of Guiding Principles on the Use of Satellite Broadcasting for the Free Flow of Information, the Spread of Education, and Greater Cultural Exchange, it was outlined that satellites establish a new dimension in international communication, which should be available to all countries without discrimination and regardless of their development. Russia reaffirms that the use of satellites should continue to benefit all nations and rejects all measures which threaten the safety of satellites. In 2008, Russia and China introduced the draft Treaty on Prevention of the Placement of Weapons in Outer Space and of the Threat or Use of Force Against Outer Space Objects, which we believe is a vital document to protect outer space from threats of weaponization. Fellow delegates, it is the Russian position that the only way we can continue to benefit from satellite technologies on both an individual and national level is to protect them on a global one. And that starts with our conference today.
Wow. Zuzana, so professional. I feel really inspired right now. I actually got goosebumps in the end because it just made me think of where you'll actually go with your career. That's really cool. Thank you so much for your time. It's so inspiring. So these experiences are just what makes the Bond student experience superior. Now, for something a little more light, I believe we're on track to head over to see what Sean is up to. And Sean, I hear you're a bit of a gaming nerd, maybe?
Thanks, Candace. And here I am in our esports hub feeling right at home. Some of you might actually be wondering, what is esports or what's going on in that industry? So let's wrap our head around a few facts. Electronic sports, or esports for short, is the competitive sport of video gaming. Now, the key with that is it's very similar to any other sport except you're using a video game. This is serious business. The 2019 League of Legends World Championship, which I know a lot of you know that game, but the World Championship Grand Final had more viewers than the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl. I am an avid football fan. Go Arizona Cardinals. This had more viewers than that. Crazy. But essentially here at Bond, we're dedicated to esports. Our hub is packed with 12 high-performance gaming machines, a training and coaching facility for analysis and strategy, and the ability to stream to Bond's 500-seat theater straight to an audience. So again, we are having the capabilities for you to really expand your growth as an esports professional. Not only do we have the equipment on campus to host and train our athletes, we've also added a number of courses that integrate this program and take a deeper dive into the world of esports. You no longer have to be an esports enthusiast to get involved with the e-gaming or esports industry. Candace, I really hope we shed a bit more light on this whole new place, this whole new situation, as e-gaming is no longer just for nerds, okay? This is an industry that's booming for everyone out there. And as you can see, look how cool I am.
Well, thank you, Sean. Maybe we should just leave that to the professionals, hey? Now, right now, we've got our next guest. It's Dr. Peter Stapleton from our School of Psychology. Dr. Stapleton, I'm really excited about this experience. It's part of your psychology program. Before we get into it, can you tell us a bit about the program?
Yes, so we offer quite a few different degrees here in psychology, right through from our undergrad and our fourth year postgrads, and now 2 master's degree in psychology. So we use as many interactive tools as we can in all of those programs.
Interactive. I sense something interesting is going to happen to me. What have you got in mind?
So sometimes when we're teaching the effects of alcohol, we use a health promotion activity where we distort vision, because vision is one of the biggest things impacted when you drink alcohol. And then, of course, coordination and things like that actually get affected as well. So we're going to induce having had a few drinks today. So I have actually brought along a set of what we call fatal vision goggles, which which affectionately called beer goggles, which will distort your vision. These are daytime ones and absolutely over the legal limit of what would be allowed here in Australia to drive. So it will, when you first have a look through them, Candice, distort your vision, and then obviously I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things so that we can see what happens.
Okay, well, so pop these on.
Yes, so if you just have a look through, these are goggles that will mimic about 4 alcoholic drinks in 1 hour.
I don't really
Then
like
maybe
this.
a few more. So Candice is having a look through 0.12 as a blood alcohol level.
I honestly don't like that at all.
And so even without having the effect of drinking a drink, you can feel how different that feels through looking. And if you were to reach out, there's a ball on the table in front of Candice.
Okay.
If she can try and pick that ball up,
oh no,
you'll start to see how her coordination has actually been affected.
I'm uncoordinated already. This is so unfair.
You haven't actually touched the ball.
Okay.
So trying to pick up that ball on the table, which is
oh no,
a squishy one.
Okay,
there.
I have it.
So
Don't ask me to throw it now.
I won't.
This is really fascinating.
It's amazing. So it can give students in high schools that are yet to experience alcohol what it actually does, and then of course coordination if you were to drive a car.
Well, I don't think anyone will be drinking after trying these on. Honestly, that was really stressful. I just, I don't like it when I don't have control over things. So yeah, didn't really enjoy those goggles. I think you can actually take them back. Well, that was quite the experience for me. A very interesting way to study the effects of alcohol on the brain. Now we have a huge lineup of sessions to come, but we're going to take a really short break. Don't forget to leave a comment or just shoot us a note. Coming up next, we'll be taking a deep dive into all things law. Now, you'll find out about what the future of law looks like, seeing the closing arguments of a moot, and go behind the scenes of a law faculty. Let me try and pick this up. Welcome back. We're here at Open Day live from Bond, delivering all the usual action from Open Day to you, but virtually this time. We're about to kickstart our next chat with an expert. So if you're keen to ask our academics any questions about film and television or humanities and international relations, head over to bond.edu.au/chat. Now let's check in with our hosts, Nick and Sean, to see where they are.
Thanks, Candace. I am here in the law faculty, and my camera crew caught up with some mooting action earlier this week. Now, you law students sitting out there, this is going to be an awesome segment for you, so make sure you stay tuned.
Yeah, sure. Well, we're right outside the law building here. A little earlier in the week, we got the chance to meet up with Becky, who's one of our law students. She was nice enough to take us for a bit of a tour through the law school and talk about the program. So stay tuned to find out a little bit more about that.
Sounds good, guys. It's time to award some more prizes. Who is going to be the lucky recipient of some Bondi swag? Let's take a look. Congratulations. I got distracted as these names came in because they're from cool places, guys. The first one is M. Lonberg from Finland. Thank you for watching. I feel so honoured that you're from Finland. That's so cool. And S. Nakamerg from Brisbane, just down the road. How cool. Now, big congratulations, guys. Of course, stay tuned because we've got more prizes coming along. Don't forget to register your details at bond.edu.au/open day for your chance to enter that draw. We'll be awarding a $2,000 Apple voucher at the end of the show. Right now, though, we're about to get stuck into our law sessions. But first, let's take a look at some of the key facilities that law students have access to.
Well, here we are in the law faculty. I'm joined by Becky. Becky, you're studying law here at Bond. You're in your third year?
That's correct, yes. I'm doing a Bachelor of Law and a Bachelor of Commerce, so nearing the end of my degree, but still got a bit of the Bond experience to go.
I know the feeling. I studied a Juris Doctor, graduated back in 2017, so I know this building well. Having said that, I think a lot has changed since I've been here, so I'm looking forward to having you show me around, and hopefully we can see some of the new parts as well. I wanted to ask about the legal skills program. That's a big part of the law degree here at Bond. It's what differentiates it from other universities. How is it incorporated in part of the as the undergrad and postgrad program?
That's correct. It is quite a different process for us, and we get an extra set of skills that many other university students don't get, which means that every semester we do a skills assessment. So that can be a negotiation or a moot, or a mediation or anything of that kind of sort that emulates a real world experience, and we're able to practice it here with our academics that are obviously world class and make sure that our skills are as honed as they can be before we get out into the real world.
It's based out of the Legal Skills Centre. I'm hoping maybe you can show me that first up. Is that possible?
Yeah, that sounds great. We'll head there.
Let's do it. All right, so Becky, I studied here, obviously, for the postgrad. I've never been in this room before. It's a little bit spooky, if I'm honest. What happens in here?
Yeah, so this isn't a space that students get to access very often, if at all really, during their degree. This is where our lecturers and academics will come. So when we were talking about those legal skills that you develop here, you will be in one of these amazing skills rooms that look just like an office in a law firm somewhere. Yeah. And our lecturers will be able to sit here and grade you. And believe it or not, with this one-way glass, you actually do forget that they're there and have such an amazing experience just being a lawyer.
Yeah, right. I mean, I love these we got microphones, we got headphones, we got everything. Very exciting. All right, cool. Should we continue the tour?
Yeah, sounds great. Let's go.
With law, a lot of different subjects within the degree, obviously. We've got all the obvious ones, so torts and contracts and crim. What are some other subjects that are on offer as part of the program?
Yeah, so I mean, like you say, we got the Priestly 11, of course, so you get your degree. Yeah. But there's such a great variety of subjects that you can undertake here that you can match with what you're really interested in. So I've undertaken startup law here at Bond, which is definitely something very different and not offered in many places, and you learn real skills that you are going to need in the modern 21st century. Yeah. You've got things like sports law, you can specialise in Canadian law, that's quite popular here at Bond University, with a lot of students coming over from Canada as well. So really there is such a variety for people to find what they're interested in and be able to specialise in that area. Bond also allow you to have a specialisation in a particular law area, which again is very different and unique for our students to have.
And once you finish the degree, there's one final step before you can practice.
That's correct. So you do need to do your legal practical training, and Bond do offer the opportunity for you to do that training here with their staff members.
Okay. You're coming up to, well, the end of the degree, I guess. You're almost done. What have been some highlights of your time here? What have you loved most about studying at Bond?
I think just the connections that I've been able to make with my academics. They are truly there to support you and make sure that you're getting what you want out of the degree, and that personalisation really does come through. It's not something someone tells you before you get here and then it dissipates. It really does show through, in each lecturer that I've personally come across truly is invested in your success and what interests you, so that's been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I love studying here as well. It's such a great place to do it, make it happen. Becky, thank you for joining us. An absolute pleasure. Enjoy the day.
Thank you for having me.
Take it easy.
Our Bond alumni are working in more than 120 countries around the world. And right now, we're about to chat to one all the way over in Seattle. Now, Shane Cooper studied a Bachelor of Laws at Bond before working in a top-tier firm and then making the move into the corporate world, first at Telstra and now at Amazon in the US. Wow, that's incredible. Welcome, Shane. How are you today?
How you doing?
Hey, great. How's Seattle?
I mean, it's great. It's summertime over here, so I've got to say I'm really enjoying the summer weather.
So I sort of associate Seattle with a lot of beautiful nature. Is that sort of what I'm seeing in the background as well? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, look, for those who don't know where Seattle is, it's about 100 miles away from the Canadian border. It's about a 2-hour flight from California, and it looks over Mount Rainier, which is this beautiful national park, which I try to go hiking on most weekends.
And your career has literally taken you all around the world. Can you give us a little snapshot of your career since graduating Bond?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting looking back. I was fortunate enough to start my career at a large commercial firm called Chambers Westgarth. I did a couple of rotations, which most junior lawyers do. And then I decided to move in-house. I worked at a resourcing company for a few years. And then I moved into Telstra as an in-house legal counsel, and most recently made the jump across the pond over to the US, and I'm based stateside.
So for people like me who need a little bit more help, what's the difference between the top-tier firm and the in-house counsel?
Yeah, it's a really great question. I get asked by loads of mentees that same question all the time. In-house, you have the same clients all the time, and you understand a lot about what's going on in the business. So a lot of the meetings I go along to are business meetings, not necessarily meetings where they're asking me for my legal advice. So you really partner with the business. You understand what the business is trying to achieve and find ways commercially for them to achieve their business goals whilst reducing their legal risk. And if you kind of pair that with working as a lawyer in a large commercial firm, often your clients aren't people that work for the business, but they are other lawyers, and it might be that you focus on one area of law, but focus on it for many different clients. Whereas if you think in-house, you focus on loads of different areas of law, but for the same type of client.
Oh, so fascinating. Do you have any advice to go along with that explanation?
I mean, my advice to students would be to try, particularly when you're starting out and you're either at law school or when you start out in your career, is to keep an open mind to things that spark your interest. So that's one piece of advice. So if you're studying something or you're working on a matter as a junior lawyer, keep an eye out for those things that you think, oh, this is interesting, I want to know more. That might be where your career takes you. I would also say, think about where you want your career to go. It's perhaps less likely that you can work overseas if you go in-house, if you're in private practice. maybe more opportunity in particular areas as an in-house lawyer. So think about where do you want your career to go and what interests you have today.
That's just so incredible. And just lastly, what do you think made you really stand out as a Bond graduate when trying to secure the dream roles that you've had so far?
There's a couple of things. I would say one is being true to yourself and being okay with not trying to be a cookie cutter of everybody else. Something else that can help you stand out is kindness. I know that sounds really bizarre, but if you have an opportunity to focus on, be kind to someone else that's in the profession, be they more senior than you or more junior or a peer, I think that goes a long way for your reputation within the industry. So be true to yourself, be who you are, and be kind along the way.
Well, what comes around goes around. I couldn't agree more. Well, thank you so much, Shane, and enjoy beautiful Seattle.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye. Well, we're here now with Professor Nick James, Executive Dean at the Faculty of Law. Now, great facilities you've got, of course, but right here we're going to be chatting about legal careers in the 21st century and, of course, the employability of law graduates. Now, if you're just tuning in, Bond Law has a reputation as being one of the best law schools in the entire country, if not the world. What does Bond Law do differently that makes it really stand out, makes it distinctive?
Thanks, Candice. Look, I'm really proud of what we've been able to do at Bond in terms of preparing law students for their careers in law or outside of law. I mean, what we've managed to do here is put together a team of really, really good law teachers, so many of whom have been legal practitioners or leading legal scholars. And what they do is, because we've got such small classes and such low student numbers, we're able to ensure that each and every one of our law students gets the personal attention that they need in order to become not just somebody who knows the law extremely well, but is in fact a legal professional. And for us, that means focusing on ensuring that they become not just lawyers, but good lawyers.
So where exactly do they go once they graduate?
Well, there's the traditional pathways that have been around for a very long time. So a lot of law graduates move on into law firms, becoming solicitors. Some go to the bar and become barristers. What we've seen in the last few years is the emergence of some new career trajectories for law graduates. So a lot of them go into government, or as Shane was just saying, some of them become in-house counsel and work for national or international corporations. And more recently, with the disruption that's taking place in the legal services sector, a lot of our law graduates are moving into entirely new types of platforms for the delivery of legal services, what we're calling new law. So there's some really exciting career opportunities for law graduates these days that certainly didn't exist when I was at law school.
Yeah, one of my friends who studied here, she's gone on to do law, but it's completely different. Can you just expand upon the disruption? Because I don't really understand that part.
No, that's a good question. I mean, it's happening in a whole range of professions and sectors, and that these emergent technologies like AI and social media and a whole bunch of other tech is transforming the way in which things are done. So that's happening in law, of course. So while the traditional mechanisms for the delivery of legal expertise still exist, we still have law firms, we still have barristers. What we're finding is that there are exciting new ways in which lawyers and law graduates can assist members of the public with their legal problems. So via online platforms, through the development of legal apps, law bots, really crazy new technology that isn't so much replacing what lawyers used to do in the past, but is making it possible for a whole bunch of people out there who traditionally couldn't afford to go to lawyers to still be able to access legal advice and legal help.
Sorry, I'm stuck on the law bot because I've never heard that term. What does that mean?
No, these exist. So rather than paying what is often a lot of money to go and see a lawyer at a law firm, you get online And there's an interactive bot that asks you a series of questions and you provide the answers. And some of these bots are extremely sophisticated and able to provide some pretty good legal information, if not legal advice, about solving often fairly simple legal problems. And the people behind those bots are, of course, law grads.
They are people. It just sounds awesome, a law bot. You can graduate Bond and become a law bot. I think it's really cool anyway. But thank you so much, Professor James. It really does sound like a great industry to be part of. I know one of my best friends is having the time of her life. It doesn't matter what's happening in the world. It's such an excellent degree to study. Now, one of the key training features of a Bond degree is mooting. Now, if you're like me, you might be wondering what exactly is mooting. So I'm really lucky because I'm sitting here with Louise Parsons. Hi, Louise.
Hi, Candice.
Now, I have to ask you about mooting. I actually have done mooting in the past, but I'm talking a long time ago. So can you just start from scratch? What is mooting?
It's essentially mock court proceedings. So as you may remember, students will be given a fictional legal case, a legal dispute, and then they go away and they do the legal research. They prepare their arguments and then they bring those arguments and argue them in front of moot judges in moot courts. And I think what is distinctive of the process is that the moot judges interrupt the students, they ask questions, they have a conversation. So it's actually a lot of fun.
You have to be quite assertive. I remember sort of being a little bit too light for the whole mooting thing, so I needed to practice a bit more seriousness, I think. How important is that mooting when you then enter the real courtrooms?
Well, it's experiential learning, so even though it's a fictional scenario, I think a lot of the rigor and a lot of the research and a lot of the preparation would actually mimic what you really see in real life. So often moot cases are sort of, a little bit on the cusp of the law, and that may not be the case in real life, but it still gives you the strategies and the ways to go about doing it in a way that you just can't learn any other way. So I'm a fanatic about mooting.
Absolutely. And what other opportunities could come from mooting?
A lot of students actually find that it really gives them the skills that help them when they actually enter the legal profession. And obviously, a lot of our professional partners are looking for students who did something more at university, who didn't just study. So in that sense, mooting is a great co-curricular and extracurricular activity to add to your CV.
Absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit about closing statements? That's a mooting term, if you're not sure.
Well, that's also a term that's actually used in court. So that's usually when the advocates would summarize the points that they're making. And what you're going to see in the mini-moot that we will be crossing to are effectively a version of a closing statements, which would just be a summary of the main arguments. Would you like me to tell you a little bit more about what we're about to cross to?
I'm really excited, and I think actually the package is ready for us to throw to, so this is really cool. Let's have a look at what the students have prepared, and let us know in the comments, if you were a juror, who would you side with? Let's have a look.
Counsel, may I have your appearances, please?
Your Honours, may it please the Court, my name is Windsor Initial C and I appear on behalf of the plaintiff, Queensland Theme Park Association.
Your Honours, my name is Harris Initial A, appearing on behalf of the Chief Health Officer of the State of Queensland, the defendant in these proceedings. May it please the Court.
Counsel, are you ready to proceed?
Your Honours, before I begin, would you like a brief summary of the facts?
A brief summary would be appropriate, thank you.
Your Honours, Queensland has just closed its borders to interstate and international travel. This measure has been followed by other states and territories, with the exception of New South Wales and Victoria. This action was taken in order to combat the response to the COVID-19 threat. Your Honours, Section 92 of the Australian Constitution provides that intercourse between states is absolutely free. Though we accept that this freedom is not in fact absolute, any measures that are implemented by the State of Queensland must still be assessed in light of the circumstances. The decision to close its borders completely is not proportionate and is not reasonable in the circumstances. This submission is based on the fact that not all other states have implemented this measure and that there are other, more reasonable measures to be implemented in order to combat the COVID-19 threat. Your Honours, the current state in Queensland is already showing signs of containment through the implementation of social distancing and the wearing of protective masks. From a public health perspective, Queensland are playing their part in order to contain this pandemic. From an economic standpoint, however, small and big businesses in Queensland are struggling majorly.
Council, just on your first point there, is it not perhaps the fact of the border closure that has enabled Queensland to get ahead of the curve in terms of the pandemic?
Your Honour, it's possible that the implementation of social distancing requirements, quarantining and the wearing of protective gear could have assisted in the containment of the pandemic in Queensland, and the extreme decision to close all of Queensland's borders is entirely unreasonable, with evidence to show that those earlier measures implemented has already contributed to containing the disease in Queensland. Your Honours, from the outset we submit that there are a number of other reasonable measures that have been implemented in order to contain the COVID-19 threat, and thereby rendering the decision to close the Queensland borders to be unreasonable in the circumstances.
May I interrupt you there, Council? Those measures, social distancing, wearing of masks and other protective equipment, they cost money, and it takes strict enforcement by the police, which are resource intensive. Arguably, that burden would be eased if the borders were closed.
Your Honour, the plaintiff submits that cost for protective gear and the social distancing requirements, that cost is far outweighed by the economic downfall that would arise should Queensland continue to have its borders completely closed. Not only from a standpoint of the Queensland Theme Park Association, whereby the majority of theme parks in Queensland's patrons come from interstate, but throughout Queensland, widespread throughout Queensland, economic downfall would happen to small businesses and to those who would be required to allow patrons from interstate to enjoy their services. Your Honours, the fact that other states' borders have not been closed, the plaintiff accepts that this isn't indicative of the fact that it is unreasonable and disproportionate. However, it should assist the court in showing that there are alternative measures available to the state of Queensland in order to contain the spread of COVID-19. Your Honours, a total state closure on top of the current social distancing and quarantining requirements in place only target the public health benefits that Queensland aims to achieve and fails to include any consideration for the economic downsides, which are in fact very grave. Your Honours, if there are no further questions, that concludes the plaintiff's submissions in this matter. May it please the court.
Thank you, Counsel. We'll hear from the defendant.
Your Honours, the Chief Health Officer of the State of Queensland has one primary submission: that the Queensland Health Directive closing the borders to all interstate visitors is constitutionally valid, pursuant to Section 92 of the Commonwealth Constitution, because the measure of total border closure is both proportionate and reasonable as a response to the COVID-19 threat for the purposes of containing or suppressing the virus. Your Honours, we make this submission on three grounds. First, that this measure is the most effective way of reducing an influx of infectious persons into the state, and that this has historical, international and scientific support. Second, that monitoring social distancing and ensuring that people are wearing protective gear, for example, are two burdensome alternative measures on the state. And third, that economic interests are protected by the border closures because widespread infections in Queensland will also have a negative impact on the economy. Speaking to the first of these, Your Honours, regarding the idea that this measure is the most effective for the purposes of suppressing the virus, Naturally, closing state borders directly achieves the goal of suppressing the spread of COVID-19 because it minimises the risk of the virus spreading through anyone infected or through anyone who is a carrier of the virus and mightn't know so yet. And a very pertinent example of this can be seen in New Zealand. Although the virus was not entirely eradicated in that state, the borders being closed for 6 weeks and not allowing anyone in or out of the country saw the virus infection rate flatten and essentially suppress the virus very successfully. Further to this, there is also historical support that closing the borders is an effective measure to suppress the virus. And this can be seen in previous pandemic situations like the Spanish flu and the bubonic plague, where infections continued to spread where the borders were left open.
But Council, in that circumstance, we're dealing with a very different economy, a much less integrated economy, where arguably the harm that's being put forward, I think, by your learned friends would not have been contemplated in those circumstances. So aren't those less useful in terms of assessing the standard here?
Well, respectfully, Your Honour, the plaintiff of this matter represents the Theme Park Association of Queensland, and here we are presented with an opportunity to consider whether we should prioritise public health in the face of a global pandemic or allow trade for the purposes of enabling fun or the enjoyment of the use of these kinds of theme parks. And it's our submission that we should definitely prioritise maintaining the public safety, or prioritising public safety rather. Your Honours, turning to our second grounds for asserting that this measure is both proportionate and reasonable, monitoring social distancing or ensuring that society is complying with protective gear restrictions and things to that effect is too burdensome on the state. Ensuring that social distancing requirements are clearly outlined, that they're made aware to the public, that they're enforced, and that people are punished who do not comply with these kind of restrictions, not only places a significant burden on the state in terms of its resources and money, but also the time dedicated to ensuring that these restrictions are complied with could be better spent towards other things for the purposes of suppressing COVID-19. Your Honours, turning now to our third submission regarding the economic interests of the state of Queensland, it's our submission that naturally widespread infections which would likely eventuate if the borders were to be reopened, would have a negative impact on the economy. And this is because the infected people would not be able to work. This would in turn impact the different industries which people rely on, and consequently would also flood our hospitals and medical field in terms of dealing with people who, or the major influx in people who have been infected.
So it's your contention, Council, that those economic interests and the public health interest actually align, they're not divergent?
Exactly, Your Honour, that is our contention, that they overlap. Your Honours, I note that my time has expired. If there are no further questions, then this concludes submissions on behalf of the Chief Health Officer of the State of Queensland. May it please the Court.
Thank you, Council. I think we'll take this matter under advisement and reserve judgment.
Well, those students sure make compelling arguments for each side. If you're interested in finding out more about law at Bond, head over to bond.edu.au/chat and tune in to chat with Professor Nick James, who we just saw before. He'll be on hand to answer all your questions about being a law student, the legal profession, and much, much more. I've also just heard we have another winner of our Bond merch pack. Are you ready for this reveal? Okay, I'm excited. Okay, we've just got an update. Oh, Sydney, very exciting. C. Bryans, congratulations. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, wow, we have G. Patel all the way from India. Now that is exciting. I love that people are watching in from all over the world. I can't believe that. So we'll be in touch with you guys to arrange the prize, and we'll have it sent all the way to India for you. So cool. Don't forget to register your details to go into the draw to win a prize like this one, or a major prize. Hear this, $2,000 in Apple vouchers. So exciting. We'll be back after a very short break and getting right down to business. The Bond Business School, that is. Now, whether you're interested in commerce, business, marketing, hotel management, or actuarial science, we have got you covered. Welcome back to Open Day live from Bond. We're coming to you live from Bond University's beautiful campus. It's been a jam-packed schedule so far, but there is plenty more to come. Don't forget to join our Chat with an Expert. It's taking place throughout the day. Head over to bond.edu.au/chat to join. First, let's check in with Nick and Sean. Hey guys.
Thanks, Candace. I am just outside the business building, and that is appropriate because it is about to be all business with me. Stay tuned for that segment.
Yeah, while Sean is putting the bus in business, we are down here at the ADCO Amphitheatre. I'm going to do a quick one-man show of Hamilton and then straight on to the student court where we will be learning all about the student support services that Bond has to offer.
Okay, so right now it's back to business. Let's head over to the battleground. Now, coming up, we're going to be watching students battle it out to determine which major is best. They may be a little biased, I think. Yes, I would be too. We'll also take a look at what business students get to do during their degrees, chat to some of our experts, and find out more about industry connections. Are we ready for the battleground? Yeah, it looks like we're ready. Okay, here we go. So choosing a major, it's a major decision. Here at Bond, our flexible programs allow you to tailor your degrees, meaning you can select a program of study that best fits with your interests and career goals. In the Bond Business School, a major is typically made up of 6 subjects. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what the students themselves have to say. We've got a lineup of students, each with 30 seconds only, and I'll be on that buzzer, to explain why their major is best. And you're going to have to be really quick because I'm on the time. All right, so if you're watching from home, we think you would really enjoy this segment, and we'd love to hear what you think as well. So let us know which major you think is best, and I'll keep a bit of a tally and let you know which one wins. So first up, we have the fantastic Becky. Now, Becky's studying a Bachelor of Commerce and a Bachelor of Laws. She's telling us about accounting. It's a major. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, action, Becky.
Thanks, Candace. Well, I think the fact that I'm going first speaks for it all, really. Accounting comes number 1 on all of our lists. What stands out a lot about accounting for me is the fact that it's used in everything. So whether you're going in to be an accountant or you want to be a CEO and run the world, or you just want to know how to work your personal finances, accounting comes into everything. And no matter what you end up doing, you'll always need the accounting skills. So someone once said to me, it's important to follow your money, and that's what accounting teaches you to do.
Whoa, that was incredible. I can't believe you were spot on time and it had a finish. That really, really amazing. Look, honestly, accounting isn't something I personally would go for, but maybe you could convince me a little bit more. Why did you choose accounting?
Yeah, so for me, I'll be honest, I was weighing up between economics, I'm not plugging them, and accounting, and someone said to me, you know, which is more important? Is it more important to be able to go to your boss and show them a supply and demand graph, or be able to follow an income statement and profit balance sheet? So I went with the latter because I think that's where most of our skills in this modern world lie. So
absolutely, it's across every business really. And quick, your top 3 top skills that you've learnt. Put you on the spot.
I think definitely the use of technology. As we all know, that's important these days, so how that applies to following money, the ability to communicate financially as well, and also the ability, and this is going to sound a bit rudimentary, but using Excel extremely well, and that's a big focus here at Bond. So.
Absolutely. You don't need Excel until you need it.
Correct.
Then you really need it. I totally can relate to that. So fantastic work, Becky. You're amazing to start us off. Next is one I'm also not very sure of, so I'm extra excited for this. This is Big Data, a Bachelor of Actuarial Science, and it's student Gabrielle. Take it away. 30 seconds.
So obviously data science is a very popular topic at the moment. A lot of employers are looking for people with these skills, but not a lot of people have them. So here at Bond University, you can learn the state-of-the-art technology. This time last year, I knew absolutely nothing about it, and now we're working day in and day out to build these world-class models. And if your employers ask you in job interviews, do you know those soft skills, you can be sure that you know the best of the best. Thank you.
Oh, great. That was wonderful. You did such a good job, Gabrielle. So why personally would you go Big Data?
I think that you can't find that in many places of the world, particularly with that section. It's very, very niche. You can't find that at other universities in particular. And Bond, with the small classes, you really get the hand-on-hand work and assistance with your teachers.
Is it quite a futuristic choice, do you think?
Yes, I think so. I think as we head into the future, a lot of people will be expected to have it rather than being an added bonus. So I think if you can get ahead of the crowd right now and do it while they're still very impressed with it rather than expecting it, that's a bonus for you as well.
Oh, sounds excellent. Well, thank you so much. Now we're going to move on to economics. Cheryl, welcome to the stage. Now you're studying a Bachelor of Actuarial Science too. It's very popular around here. But why did you choose economics as your major? 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, so doing an economics major can help you to think critically about the real world issues and problems and actually offer a solution to them. Now, you're able to understand why some things change and why others don't. The accountants and data analysts, they can crunch the numbers as they like, but economists are able to decipher what those figures tell you about the world. You become a better decision maker overall, and you actually have the power to incentivize people's actions for the benefit of society. And this will make you stand out of the pack. Thank you.
Congratulations, 30 seconds. I think you should win because you got the most out of the 30 seconds. That was brilliant. That was wonderful. So why economics personally? Was it a first choice for you?
Yeah, I fell in love with economics the moment I started learning about it because it's just so interesting. You're able to expand your mind and your knowledge about the world, really, because economics involves the entire world, and you're able to understand about why things happen and why others don't.
And what do you think the takeaway skill overall would be for you?
Yeah, definitely problem-solving skills. You're able to look at things and sort of figure them out and put it in a model that you already know for sure, and you're able to provide a solution to that. So definitely problem-solving skills.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now, for all the budding entrepreneurs, let's hear from Brighton, who's studying a Bachelor of Business. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Are you someone who thrives in unstructured environments? Someone who's imaginative, creative, and vision-oriented?
Yes.
Then the Bachelor of Business majoring in Entrepreneurship and Innovation is right for you. What it will teach you is the skills to take your budding startup idea and take it all the way through to commercialization. There will be people that are taking, say, management majors, and they're great. They're skills that you can pick up along the way. But with a Bachelor of Business majoring in Entrepreneurship and Innovation, you'll get the skills to build the business, and you can hire the managers to do that for you.
Oh, I love the sound of this. You've definitely inspired me. I come up with a business idea every day, but I just don't execute. And I think you would be able to help me execute those ideas. So that's really awesome. Did you choose this degree for the same reason as me? You want to create your own business?
I took it because I've always just enjoyed going and exploring ideas which are not necessarily very linear, things that aren't have an easy solution at the end of it. Sometimes you have to do a lot of exploration and try and get down to the root cause of it, and sometimes it's not an easy path forward. So what I liked about the Bachelor of Business majoring in Entrepreneurship and Innovation is it gives you the skills to be able to look at these problems, figure out a solution to those problems, and then commercialize it in a way that you can really give value back to customers. And that's why I did this, because you just get such fantastic skills out of it.
And if you could only pick one skill to pass on to someone else that you've learnt, what would that be?
Leadership.
Oh, nice answer. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that if you want to be able to take people along with you and able to buy into your vision, you need to be able to have leadership skills. There will be sub-skills that build into it, like communication, but leadership gets people to come along with you to build your idea, because with many heads pulled together, you can definitely execute on the idea. More heads are better than one.
Yeah, it's so inspiring today. I feel like everyone should get together at some point and create a business just out of today. It's really cool. So we're going to go on to the finance side of things. Again, it really helps with businesses. Alex is going to have 30 seconds and he's going to let us know why finance rules.
The premise of finance is that if you want to make money, you have to work with money, and I think the major that comes close to doing that and closest is finance. It's very multidisciplinary in nature, in that you can work with credited derivatives, you can work with portfolio management, and you can also work on holistic concepts like mergers and acquisitions. And it's all around you in the sense that you work with a stock market that's practical, you apply your learning during classrooms through case learning, and you engage in problem solving and decision making. And
5 seconds.
And you're able to decipher a problem to then make a decision about a project's value, for example.
Oh, that's awesome. That's really great. So finance is obviously integral to all elements of life. Would that have been one of the reasons why you decided on finance?
Yeah, because it's all around us. I think it's always good to know how the world works in that sense, and you have a bit of a more deeper philosophical understanding of why things happen the way they do, and especially in a finance sense, it would be why certain companies, how do you come up with a dollar value for how much a company is worth, or how do they decide on certain projects? So that's something definitely appealing.
That's true. And does it help you on a day-to-day basis? For example, when you're shopping, does it help you with budgeting?
Yeah, so the personal finance aspect of it is definitely something appealing, and it's taught me to save my money and not to be a savvy shopper, but in that sense it can bring long-term benefits to not only yourself but to those around you as well.
Absolutely. I think we could all learn a little bit of that. So money really does talk. Next up, we're going to have management. Anna, you're going to let us know what you've learnt so far and why you've chosen it. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Thanks, Candice. Look, one of the great things about studying business at Bond is you get an opportunity to try each one of the different majors before you decide what you want to specialise in. Now, all the other majors are fun and all, but management is definitely the one to do. It gives you skills that you can use beyond the workplace. Learning how to effectively manage and lead a team of people is arguably one of the most important skills to have, and that's why I believe anyone should have it as an addition to their degree. Thank you.
Great. I think we're bang on 30 seconds there. Do you think? Yeah, I think that's perfect. So I do have to ask you, were you confused when you decided upon your major?
A little bit. I think part of me always knew that I wanted to run my own show one day, and I know that to do that I need to have strong management and leadership skills, and I need to be able to promote positive cultures throughout that. So that's why I picked management as part of my major.
Oh, I love the term positive culture. Could you just describe that to us? Like, what's one element you would bring in to create a positive culture?
I think having a little family. I feel like it doesn't matter whether you're in the classroom, in the workplace, at home, having a group of people which you can trust and you can tell anything, whether it's professional or casual, is so important, and it makes the difference between getting average work done and outstanding work done.
It's a holistic approach, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And finally, lucky last, marketing is our very next major. Grace, this sounds like a fun one that we use all the time. Can you take it away?
Thanks, Candice. Well, all of these fantastic pictures has been a result of great marketing. In the current disruption of our world at the moment, it's really important to understand where we are in the world and the behaviours of other people. And marketing teaches us all about consumer behaviour, how to interact with other people and communicate, how to relate to them, and form relationships and connections. And I think unlike other majors, it's really important with marketing to be able to use those skills in a creative way.
Okay, 5 seconds.
And create opportunities that are sort of limitless in what you want to do, so you have unique opportunities there.
Perfect. And creativity is a major part of marketing, isn't it?
Definitely.
Is that why you were attracted? Are you a creative person or a more logistical person?
Well, it's funny you say that because I also study law, so I've
wow.
got a bit of a combination, but I really wanted to see how I could use my creative side to sort of help assist with that and sort of, have that art of persuasion, I guess you could say, when I'm also studying law as well. So I do enjoy both.
You're kind of using both sides of your brain. I don't meet many of those people. I know I'm all the creative sides. I need someone like you in my life. Thank you so much. That was awesome. So let's take a quick look. We will find out which major is the most popular. So, okay, this will take a little bit of finance and maths and all of those things. And to be honest, I don't think I can actually decide through these analytics what the best major is. So we're going to have to say it's a draw on all the majors. I mean, if I had my way, it'd be journalism, communications. But no, everyone sort of has a different idea. And I think that's because we're getting people tuned in from all around the world. So that's really cool. Diversity is awesome. So, now that you know what majors are, and also, of course, the choices available, we're going to have a look and see what the students will be able to do. So we're going to head over to Sean. He's at the Bond Business School. Over to you, Sean.
Thank you, Candace. And man, there is a lot of exciting stuff going on over there. But I got some awesome stuff going on here too. So we are currently in the Bond Business School within the Commercialization Center, which is actually the kind of special area for our entrepreneurs and innovators. And so lucky you, we actually have 4 of our entrepreneurs and innovators in this room with me today. Students that actually undertook business degrees that actually started businesses within them. So let me please first introduce you to Kyle and Paige. You guys started a company called Drop for the Drought, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Can you talk me through this business idea? What came about with this?
Yeah, so after discussing a lot of things with our peers and doing a lot of customer discovery, we really found that there are a lot of problems and people had with what they were drinking out of. Yeah. So busy people on the go drinking tea and coffee on the way to classes, glasses breaking on Thursday nights.
Yeah.
So we came up with a solution to all of that. Our insulated tumblers, they can be used for wine or for a coffee, anything hot or cold.
Amazing. So I mean, I have a couple friends that I think would do well in the morning or night with those things. So I guess my question too, like with your inspiration, was it mainly just to make sure that people were having kind of a sustainable kind of glass to...
Yeah, well it was a sustainable and practical solution, and we really wanted to tie it in with our charity of choice.
Yeah.
So we're donating all proceeds to the Drought Angels.
Wow.
So we thought it would be really good if we were doing something that can contain liquid for farmers that don't get enough rain.
Got something we all use that can absolutely be used again and sustainable. So this happened within your degree?
Yes.
Kyle, talk to me about that.
Yes, it did. So towards the end of our business degrees, we get to undertake 2 subjects, business model generation and business model execution.
Okay.
And this is where we both generated and made such an amazing idea. Obviously, Paige and her group started with it in the BMG subject, and then towards the BMX subject, the groups all get brought together to accomplish 1 or 2 amazing groups.
And you saw in this product, you said, I know this is something I want to get behind.
Yeah, no, it was amazing. And I think just the fact that the Bond Business School allows us to not only complete such amazing projects and get such hands-on experience within businesses, but the fact that they're going to help us to raise money for charity it's amazing.
It's full circle, man. That's
absolutely
really, really cool. So, real quick, give us a quick plug for the business. How do people find out more? Or?
Absolutely. So you can find us on Instagram and on Facebook. Just search Drop for the Drought.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can go to our website, www.dropforthedrought.org. And yeah, you can find us there, buy some tumblers. We're nearly out, but we've still got some.
All right, I'm going to borrow this one from you. This is awesome. So we got 2 more students we got to talk to about these awesome businesses created. So I've got my cup here for sustainable drinking and making sure I'm getting through kind of with that. So I am also joined by Adam and Joanna, who have started another kind of sustainable, awesome business going on. So Adam, can you talk to me a little bit about what you guys are doing?
Yeah, Sean. So if anything like me, I'm notorious for breaking or losing my glasses, and I'm sick of rebuying them. So actually, when I was traveling towards the end of last year, I came across these old set of cords, and I wore them over in Bali, and I thought it was such a really good practical way to keep my sunnies safe. So I thought, why not make that a cool, trendy item that people can have and keep their sunnies in a close, convenient location. So those ones are yours.
I am fully into this.
So you got the gold stainless steel chains.
Oh, This is right up my alley. Let me get in here real quick. All right, cool.
They look good.
Boom! Look at that. And if I want to come over here, just in case they fall off, they're going to stay around my neck, right?
Yeah. So you
Perfect.
can just
I can come
put
here.
them down, hang them around your chest.
Man, that is good. Okay, Joanna, I'm just get off my ear because they're. Can you talk to us? You know, I think this was again part of a generation execution type thing, and so
Adam's group did the business model generation, and now we're executing the business. And we also have a charity that we're donating all our proceeds to, the Fred Hollows Foundation. So they look after people who have curable blindness, and they do surgery on them, which is pretty amazing in developing communities. So we thought eyewear, accessory, and actually getting people's eyes.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm going to take this off because that's serious. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, both of these businesses are looking at putting back into, you know, what's going on out there and trying to help us move forward. So, man, that is awesome. I know my partner has broken, I think, a few more sunnies than I can actually count. So, I have broken a lot of sunnies the whole time. Yeah. So, no, but guys, thank you so much for coming, and also Drop for the Drought. 2 amazing products. I think I'm going to go ahead and chuck these on real quick. I'm going to take a little sip from my drink here, and I'm going to send this one back to you, Candace. Hope you're having as much fun as I am.
Well, thank you again, Sean. We're actually about to chat to hotel and tourism alumna Stacey Massini. Now, I personally think this is one of the most exciting degrees at Bond, Stacey. Where has this degree taken you?
Well, I think I'm really lucky. I haven't been out of Bond for that long, just under 2 years. But I think that the degree took me places while I was still a student as well as afterwards. So I was lucky enough to have numerous industry experiences, which I think was completely related to being a student at Bond and the wonderful industry connections. And now I've moved on to be a graduate at the Star Entertainment Group. Again, I think that just wouldn't have been possible if I hadn't have had the opportunities, experiences and education from Bond.
So that's called the leadership program, graduate program?
Graduate leadership program, the Star Entertainment Group.
Wow, and was that sort of like being thrown in the deep end? You're working straight away, or how was that transition?
Well, it worked out really well for me. I was already working as a sales and marketing coordinator at the Marriott, and then luckily just after I graduated, I found out about securing the role at the Star. It's an 18-month program divided into 3 segments. So I've had 6 months in operations, 6 months in corporate, and then the remaining 6 months are an area of specialisation. So I've been in food and beverage, hotel, gaming, marketing, human resources, procurement, sales, and now I'm specialising in marketing again until the end of the year.
So that means that marketing is your favourite, is that right?
Yes, it is. And people ask me if that's what I studied at uni, and even though I'm enjoying it now, I love the industry, and that's I've wanted to work in this industry since I was about 15 years old. So doing the marketing side is actually really engaging for me. So
it does sound really fun, this industry, and I think it's even more fun for me because we haven't been allowed to do any of this fun stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah.
How has COVID-19 really impacted your industry?
I think obviously in like the last 3 months of the last financial year, we could barely operate at all. But we have come back, and I think that the challenge that COVID has given us has made the business more agile. We've been able to adapt to the different environment that we're operating under. We never used to offer takeaway food, for example, because we're such a large business, and now we've kind of stepped forwards and come up with a takeaway option, which just shows how, even though it's been challenging, it's made our business diversify and become different.
I think the word there is innovation.
Yeah.
And it's sort of some things that we should have already been doing, and now we do them. And I don't think we'll change that. I think we'll keep those takeaway options.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it's just about making the business better and thinking of better ways to operate. And I think that this has been a challenge, but we've adapted so well to it that I think that we're going to come out the end with an even stronger and more diverse offering.
Totally, yeah. Streamlining. Well, thank you so much, Stacey. It's certainly a very interesting industry to be a part of, especially at the moment. Head over to bond.edu.au/chat if you have any questions or you'd like to ask our hotel and tourism experts anything about your personal experiences. We're open to any questions, really. Don't forget you can drop us a comment. You can just slide into our DMs if you have any general questions as well. And next we're going to take a look at where Nick is at, and I have no idea where he is. He just gets around so quickly. Over to you, Nick.
Yeah, here we are at the Spine. This is the main thoroughfare here on campus. It runs all the way from the top roundabout. We go past the Bond Business School, Sustainable Development Building, the Abedian School of Architecture as well. As we come down, we've got the Central Hub and the Health Sciences and Medicine Building. Look at the view from out here. It's absolutely spectacular. Plenty more segments still to come today. Of course, very shortly, we're going to be ducking over to the Bond Institute of Health and Sport. We're going to be catching up with Sean and finding if those muscles are the real deal or if they're just for show. Also, we're going to learn a little bit more about the medical students here on campus, their hands-on experience, and we have one of our occupational therapy students coming in studio and going to teach us how to set up a study space, which is going to be invaluable, I'm sure. I hear there's plenty of action over at the Bond Business School, so let's check that out. We'll see you soon.
Well, thank you so much, Nick. You're doing an amazing job. Now, we're about to dive into the world of sport management. Whether you're interested in the marketing, legal, business, or management side of sport, this multidisciplinary degree can take you around the globe. Our accelerated 2-year program allows students to begin their careers even sooner. You can be so young now. One of these students, Rachel Tilley, has just finished her sport management degree and has interned at the World Surf League. How cool is that? Let's take a look at her journey before we catch up for a chat.
Surfing is always on my mind. Most nights, I dream about it too. I grew up surfing on the coast of San Clemente, California. But home for me is right here, in the ocean. Surfing has taken me all over the world. I've experienced different cultures, climates, and continents, but the language of surfing is the same wherever you go. We do it because we love it, because it's who we are. I first visited the Gold Coast for a WSL event, but now I live and study here at Bond University. What you see on TV or from the shore is just part of the story. I've seen the work that goes into organizing athletes and making competitions happen. It inspired me to go into sports management. I didn't think it would be possible to chase my dreams on tour and start my professional career, but Bond has made it happen. I've learned that, like surfing, it's all about balance. I'm studying on the plane and listening to lectures between heats. My teachers support me, and Bond's partnerships have led to some amazing opportunities. Most afternoons, you'll find me at WSL, where I have an internship. I'm grateful that at Bond, I can pursue my ambitions in and out of the water.
Oh, wow. I really wish I could handle a board like that. Rachel, and your voice, was that your voiceover? You're amazing. You're so talented in every aspect. And then, of course, you also are in sports management. So you obviously know the business side of things too. And you travelled all the way from Southern California to study right here at Bond. Can you tell us why you chose Bond?
Well, I spent quite a bit of time here on the Gold Coast because of surfing and competing. And I've just fell in love with the area and the environment. And so I looked at ways that I could stay here longer, and Bond was the easy option, and fell in love with the campus. And sport management was a great way to pursue what I love to do and the industry that I eventually want to go in.
It's really quite funny because surfing and study usually doesn't really blend down well. It's sort of an excuse to do one or the other. How have you managed to find those two areas complementing each other?
Well, I've just really fallen in love over the course of my degree with the governance side of sport and everything, which really complemented the fact that I then did an internship with WSL. Being on the athlete side of things, competing in WSL events, I know a lot about what it's like to be around those events, but actually being in the office and seeing the industry and business side of putting on the events was really interesting and made me definitely fall in love with it more and know that I picked the right degree for myself.
Was there anything that you learnt that you didn't know from, say, being an athlete?
Yeah, definitely. I think you don't realize how much production behind the scenes happens. You just show up on the day and, I put all my time and effort into training prior to, but it's months and months of preparing for the events and council permits and tents and making sure all the ducks are aligned. So yeah, it was really interesting to see how much effort goes in behind the scenes on that aspect.
So can you talk us through your internship at WSL?
Yeah, so I got to work in there twice a week and just started, they welcomed me to the team. I just felt I got actual responsibilities and got to do jobs that I felt I was contributing to the events coming up, and it was an absolutely amazing experience that really gave me great perspective into the industry that I'm wanting to go into, and helped confirm that, yeah, this is, like I said before, this is where I want to be.
Now, before we cross over to Scott, I just wanted to ask, do you have any advice, or are people watching, it's time to inspire them, what would be your advice? I'd say I came into my degree knowing that I liked sport and knowing that it was something that I was interested in from my athlete side of things. But I originally thought that I was going to go into the marketing side just because I didn't know much about it. So I kept an open mind throughout my entire degree. And I've come out with something that I'm more passionate with and know that I'm on a straight and narrow path to eventually get to. So keeping that open mind, I guess. Sounds like you've literally got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
The Gold Coast, it's known for its surf beaches. So you've found the right place, that's for sure. Now, Scott, thank you so much for coming in. WSL and Bond, how did this partnership happen?
It's been pretty organic in terms of how the relationship came about for quite some time. There's been students interning on our events, the one here at Snapper Rocks in particular, where the students would come and get a first-hand taste and experience of what a World Championship Tour event was like. And then we sort of really discovered the natural synergies between both organisations. Obviously, you know, the World Surf League is very global by nature, and Bond also has quite a global aspect about it. It's very appealing in markets outside of Australia and abroad, and we approached the conversation. It was quite a natural fit, and now Bond University as an organisation is a commercial partner of the World Surf League, and there's many facets to that, and there's value being added from both sides of the relationship. So it's been really good today.
And I guess there's this idea that you have to be a really good surfer to join. Do you even have to surf? Do you surf?
It certainly helps.
Yeah.
I think, well, for myself, you know, being a passionate surfer, it's never like a chore to get out of bed and go to work. And I think it certainly helps to have that passion. And someone like Rachel certainly has it in spades, and you can really see through her work and how she sort of applies herself to that internship and her studies as well. Now,
people watching want to know, how can they become an intern?
Well, I think first and foremost it would be going to see the Career Development Centre and applying formally. But I think also just having some curiosity and willingness to sort of apply themselves and go and volunteer at smaller scaled events, or even just really get some knowledge around professional surfing and surfing, become a student of the sport, and just go and seek it out and hunt it yourself. Yeah.
Sounds like so much fun. It's obviously winter in Australia, but I really do feel like going out for a surf. I found this day so inspiring. So thank you so much for joining us. And if you'd like to keep chatting about sports management, our experts actually lining up to answer your questions over at bond.edu.au/chat. Now, we've got a new space available to business students that we're pretty excited to show you. We're heading over to the Business Commons next. Sean, back over to you.
Thank you, Candice, and I hope everybody's enjoying the Open Day Live. Lots of exciting stuff going on out there. And to add to that, we are actually going to be going down to the FinTech Hub very soon within our Bond Business School. But before that, I want to show you our Bond Business Commons. Okay, this is a recent upgrade taken on by our Bond Business School to make sure you students had enough study spaces to be able to come to campus, live, breathe, work, set yourself up. And as we move closer, I'm going to get a bit quieter because we have some live students actually studying right now. But the key to this is we want to make sure you feel feel like when you come to campus, you have a place you can live, breathe, set up, get it all out there. And as you can see, there are students behind me kind of working. So essentially, this is going to be your home away from home. That said, we hope you will come and visit and feel what we're feeling. But this is only the part of the excitement. The next place we're going to go, the Bond FinTech Hub, man, you get to see some of the awesome technology we're working with some of our students. So I look forward to seeing you guys down there really soon.
Something I've been interested in finding out more is the data side of things. I honestly have no idea about it. It sounds like a real buzzword and something that I think all students really need to be across, especially in this digital age. Professor Steve Stern is joining us via Zoom link right now. Hi, Steve. Thank you for joining us. So, are you good? Yeah, excellent. It's always fun doing these Zoom calls, isn't it? So can you tell us a bit more about data analytics and the program at Bond?
Sure. Well, data science, sort of along with actuarial science, has become sort of the twin pillars of our flagship programs in quantitative business at Bond. And we're finding ways to mesh that in basically with everything that we do. We've got connections to health and medicine. We've got connections, obviously, to business and all of its disciplines, like marketing and finance, and we've even got connections to some of the social sciences. We're expanding our facilities and our industry connections, and we will hope that we're able to give our students the broadest coverage and the best applied education in the field possible.
So cool. Now, I'm channeling the word algorithm. Am I on the right path? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's that.
Okay.
Algorithms go into it, absolutely.
Okay, great. I know more than I thought about this area. So I have to ask, what are the technical skills you need? Can you tell us about your skills?
Sure. Well, data science is actually a sort of a broader field than I think most people give it credit for, and so it covers a really wide range of skills. But you're right, many of them are very technical. So obviously, you need to have a reasonable mathematics set of skills, but also alongside that, you need computer skills. And to be perfectly honest, the main thing you need is just a heavy dose of just plain old logical thinking and the ability to abstract and see the bigger picture.
Totally. I like that it's across all sort of areas. That's awesome. So what kind of career? I guess you said we could go into any career with this, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, essentially, analytics is part of any field that uses data. And look, that's pretty much every field these days. So you can get, pretty much anywhere. The prime areas of growth at the moment are business, obviously, but also the health sciences and various areas of engineering. But, often employers don't even realize that they need a data scientist. So sometimes it's up to our young job seekers to be proactive and kind of make themselves seem like they are necessary to businesses who might not even realize that that's where you're going. So, in short, you can go pretty much anywhere that you want to go if you're willing to look close enough and in the right light.
What about social media? Could you go into that with data analytics?
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
social media is one of the biggest growth areas of new data and sort of what we call modern data structures. And so absolutely, that is a huge area of growth.
Wow, definitely. And do you need to be good at maths? Yes, no?
Well, look, let me just first say that good at maths is has a lot of different meanings, to be perfectly honest. But look, it certainly doesn't hurt to be bad at mathematics. But equally important, as I said, are logical thinking, problem solving, pattern recognition. You obviously have to be very tech savvy, as you said, with modern social media. So look, there are a lot of areas in analytics that are very, very mathy. But you don't have to be a math professor to be a successful data scientist, although it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I'm noticing there's this massive crossover between creative industries and data. And I'm such a creative person, but then when I have to do the reports on things, I get lost. So that's where you would come in and you would be able to help, definitely. Well, thank you so much. It's been such an honor speaking to you today. And next time you'll have to come here in person. And guys, get excited because we've actually got more happening over in our chat room. Our experts will be answering questions about actuarial science or data analytics programs. So go to bond.edu.au/chat. Sean, where are you guys now?
Thank you, Candace and Steve. And I hope everybody enjoyed that awesome presentation, or I guess talk with Steve, because he is absolutely a data analytics kind of guru around here. So we are currently in the Bond Adco Amphitheater, about to go in the FinTech Hub. And let me talk to you a little bit about this FinTech Hub. It is actually home to 40 Bloomberg terminals. And let me explain to you. Essentially, these are the world standard for professional and professional accountants as well as financiers who are looking to kind of work in the space. So our students actually work on these terminals throughout their degrees. And what I'd say is, guys, there's 40 of them. It's the most any university houses. So this area we have just entered is the Bond FinTech Hub. It's made up of 2 different areas. It's actually our dealing and trading room. And please understand, this does not deal with the casino, okay? So we are about to pop in and we are going to meet with our Associate Dean, Mr. Bruce Vanstone, who's going to talk us through the FinTech Hub a bit. So come on with me. Bruce, so very good to see you, my friend. Thank you for welcoming us.
Hi, Sean. Good to see you again.
Absolutely. So, man, this place is something special. I see a ticker kind of going on outside, 2 separate rooms. We're on the beautiful campus. So can you tell me a little bit about what goes on kind of in this area?
I can, Sean. This is the trading room, the Bloomberg trading room. It's a fantastic resource for students. It contains a huge database of historical information that we use for a variety of different subjects. In Bloomberg, you'll find things like news information, sentiment information, even tweets that people make about companies, let alone all the information about listed companies, their prices, their historical returns, their boards of directors, news articles about them. It's just an immense database source. And students would use that in all sorts of different ways. For example, in finance, when we care about CAPM, you'd be wanting to get things like market returns or company-specific returns. Accounting, where we might be valuing companies, for example, we care about historical ratios and how they've changed over time. Have access to things like the balance sheets, the profit and loss statements, the income statements, all those kind of articles are on there. Other things that are on there, I mentioned before, the news articles, for example. So everything that comes up in a newspaper about a particular company is recorded, along with tweets that people make. And we use this kind of area in big data. That kind of thing is used for sentiment analysis, which feeds things like high-frequency trading strategies and things like that. So it's just an incredible resource.
And so this would cross over probably almost all the degree. You have your business, you have your commerce side of things with finance and accounting. I mean, sounds like there might be a lot of crossover between students maybe working together, seeing different sectors.
Absolutely. All students who go through the business school will have in some way have access to these terminals or some usage of them. For example, students who are doing the Fundamentals of Finance course will do a Bloomberg Market Certificate, which is a publicly recognized certificate issued by Bloomberg to say that you're familiar with using the terminal.
And so you get another added bonus for that. All right.
Just another one.
This is all awesome, but I know you have a demo for us. It's really going to probably take us through it and give students more example of what we're talking about. So I'm going to sneak around. I know we're kind of in our COVID and we want to stay safe, so I'll stay distant, but I'll sneak around really quick and maybe you might be able to show us.
So the course I'm teaching at the moment is a machine learning and business course, and this is one of our students, Nikki. So this is a little bit of an explanation about the demo we're going to show you. On one side of the screen, the left-hand side, you can see the equivalent of a biological neuron, and the right-hand side is the computer equivalent of that idea.
And just to step in real quick, guys, I want you to know this should be on your screen, hopefully, if you're tuning in at home. So just make sure you're looking out for that. Sorry, back to you, Bruce.
Oh, you're right. So the left-hand side represents a human neuron, for example, in the brain, and electrical discharges come along through those dendrites and they flow down through the axon and they come out at those axon terminals where they then jump to numerous other dendrites that are in close proximity. And the idea is that things happen in parallel in your brain, so the human brain has trillions of these things, and effectively what happens is that this electrical signal spreads out throughout your brain and that's how you make decisions. And so, for example, the computer has a lot less neurons, but is a lot faster. So the human biological equivalent's reasonably slow in biological time, and they say it takes about a half a second to do your most familiar task, which for most people is recognising their own mother. On the right-hand side there, this is the kind of computer equivalent. We have a number of different inputs on one side. They're multiplied by a set of weights, and they go through a transfer and an activation function, and they come out the other side, adjusted. And Nikki, if you just jump to the next slide for me. So this is an example of a deep learning neural network, and what it is a whole pile of those different right-hand side neurons that we just saw there before, a whole pile of those clustered together in layers. And there are millions and millions of those free parameters or weights that need to be learnt. And the idea is to have your inputs come in on one end, and then these huge numbers of different weight manipulations go along, and the prediction comes out the other end. Nick, if you would just jump forward. So for those who are interested in their IT and their maths, for example, this is a process called backpropagation and gradient descent. And realistically, the training process works by using a whole pile of derivatives of the different layer functions, the activation functions, and they all get put together in a chain rule to try and find the global optimum for the whole process. It kind of works a little bit like this. The inputs come in, and each layer, which is filled with those neurons and has a whole pile of those free weights, initially the weights are randomly set, and then the machine makes a prediction from the random weights and compares it to the actual answer, and then tries to use gradient descent to go back and adjust the weights to make the solution better. And it kind of iteratively goes round and round and round until you get within a degree of tolerance that you're happy with. So that's the kind of thinking process of how it works. One of our other students, James here, is just experimenting with the idea right now.
Oh, let's have a look. Yeah, that sounds good.
So as Bruce said, we've got that VGG16 model, which is really complex and hard to build, but we can just load it in from the internet, like we've done here. And it's really good at looking at different pictures and trying to classify what they are. So here we have a couple of images on our machine, and we can start looking at, for any given image, what would the network or model be predicting. So here we have a picture of 2 elephants, and just running this chunk of code here, we can see the top 3 predictions it's making. So it thinks it's probably an African elephant with a 93.5% chance, and then a couple of other species of elephant after that. But these models tend to be really hard to understand how they're making predictions. So we tend to look at, for a given image and all the pixels in it, where are we seeing the strongest response? So we can kind of understand how it's making these predictions. So looking at this image now with a heat map of where we're getting strong responses from the network, we can see that it seems to be looking at their trunk, where their tusks are, their flappy ears. And so that's how it's saying, well, it has these 3 characteristics. It's probably an elephant. So that's really useful for understanding how it's doing what it does.
It's amazing.
Thanks, James. So students would use this kind of thing in class. They'll build their own networks, initially to tell the difference between things like cats and dogs. But out in the real world, we might want to classify customers. We might want to think about what customers are looking at, whether they're happy or they're sad or their propensity to buy. Even this kind of technology you'll find in things like driverless cars, for example.
And it's incredible because, I mean, I think even in the space we're in, a lot of companies are going to try to figure out how happy are our customers or how good is our business model working or things like that. And this seems like very much, it dives deep, digs into what you can really find. So, absolutely, man, this is great stuff. And again, I am not a finance or accounting person, but I will tell you this stuff excites me just being kind of around it. So I appreciate, the students, yourself, opening up kind of the center for us today. And guys, again, students looking at business, commerce, our actuarial science, we have postgrad. Guys, get excited about this stuff. It's really cool. But more things going on around campus. So Candace, I know I want to talk more, but I'm going to send it back to you for more exciting stuff going on at Open Day Live.
Thank you, Sean. Let's see what your partner in crime is up to now. Nick, I believe you're over at the student court, is that right?
Hey Candace, yeah, that's right. I'm down here at the student court, smack bang between the accommodation centre and the North Tower, some of the popular on-campus residential sites. Also behind me, the famous Don's Tavern, the home of fun, where you can always have a bit of a beer and a boogie, maybe even find the love of your life. Who knows? Most importantly though, this side of campus also plays host to some of the super handy support services available to students. As a Bondi, we want to make sure you've got everything you need to succeed right here on campus. So let me talk you through what that includes. Firstly, all our students have access to our on-site medical clinic as well as private counselling services to support you with everything from study pressures to personal matters. The safety of our students is also paramount, which is why we've got on-campus 24/7 security here. They're super lovely. You can pop in and say hey to them at any point. On the academic side, starting or returning to university presents all kinds of new challenges like writing essays, giving presentations, knowing how to prepare for exams. So our Academic Skills Centre offers students a chance to arrange one-on-one sessions or group sessions to improve those skills. It's as easy as popping in and booking an appointment. One of our students' favourite sites here is the Career Development Centre. The name, well, it explains exactly what they do. Whether you're a new student looking to boost your work experience or getting close to graduation, the CDC staff offer on-hand help to advise you with interviews and info on the job market. Earlier in the day, we caught up with Kirsty Mitchell, so you can scrub back and get some more info on that. We've also got dedicated support services for Indigenous students and international students too. Finally, when it's time to enrol, you can head up, see the Student Business Centre. They'll help you with your student ID and subject selection and study plans. And that's it for me down here at the moment, Candace. I mean, you know better than anyone, being a Bondi yourself. Bond is all about supporting the students and giving you the best possible experience right here on campus.
Spot on. Thank you, Nick. You'll always feel supported as a Bondie. And that concludes our Ripper journey through the Bond Business School. To keep chatting all things business, head over to our Chat with an Expert. You'll have a chance to talk to our academics in individual sessions about business and commerce, hotel and tourism, sports management, data analytics, actuarial science, and of course, sport and exercise science. These sessions are starting soon, so head over to bond.edu.au/chat to join. Welcome back, everyone. Things are about to get kind of scientific up in here as we explore the Faculty of Health Sciences and Medicine. Let's check in with my fellow hosts with the most to find out what's coming up.
Hey, Candace, you got me? Am I in frame? Cool. All right, I'm on my way to the Health Science and Medicine building. But coming up, you are going to see a fitness test I took part in at the Bond Institute for Health and Sport. Now, you exercise and sports science students, health science students, I'm telling you, this segment is going to be awesome. Make sure you stay tuned.
Yeah, well, while Sean's having fun over in the health building, we're going to go check out the Transformer and find out what that's all about. Behind me here, you can see the thinking steps. I'm not much of a thinker, though, so I'm going to take the elevator.
All right, did someone say it's time for a giveaway? I love giving prizes away. We're about to give away another couple of Bond merchandise packs. You could go into the draw to win one of these packs or our major prize, a $2,000 Apple voucher. I'm so excited to give that one away. Now, if you haven't registered for Open Day live from Bond already, go to bond.edu.au/Open Day for your chance to win. Now, let's find out who those winners are. They've just come through. Ooh, they're both from Australia. Okay, sit on the edge of your seats. We've got S. Taha from Melbourne. Congratulations. And M. James from Sydney. Thank you so much. We love people tuning in from all around Australia and all around the world. Now, moving on, it takes more than a doctor to keep people really well and healthy. It's very holistic. The healthcare industry includes a range of professionals, all of who are experts in their specific areas. For example, doctors, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, dietitians, and so many more. Now, to check this all out, Sean put on his lab coat and stethoscope and went along to Bond's Health Simulation Experience Day to experience the hands-on clinical simulation students in high school and university, and we saw how they participated here at Bond. Let's take a look now.
Hey guys, hanging out with my man Bones here. We're in the anatomy labs in the health science and medicine area. We are about to speak with Dr. Christian Morrow a little bit more about what a student goes through and actually health simulation day that a lot of our high school students are involved with. What do you think, man? Getting sick to death of me?
How do we explain to Year 11 and 12 school students what it's like to study health? Whether you're looking to be a biomedical scientist, medical doctor, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, dietitian, exercise scientist, or more, one of the big considerations is how to understand health in regards to a patient, health and disease based around it. One of the ways we do this is through using mannequins. These robotic mannequins respire, you can hear their breathing, their tummy gurgles, they have a heart rate and blood pressure, and we can give these numbers on the computer to read what's going on. This is a great way to first experience health in a simulated hospital setting. However, the way our students do experience it isn't just with the robotic mannequins. With a real patient, there's different cues and understandings. It's also talking to a real person about their health. How do we give that experience to Year 11 and 12s? Well, we use what's in the other room. The mannequins are fantastic, but in order to give our students the experience of what it's like managing a real patient, we have expert actors that can come in and present with different diseases. Today we have Rosemary. Do you mind if I come in?
We're in here.
Today we have Rosemary. Rosemary has a progressing dementia and she's come into hospital after having a fall. Our students need to consider her very complicated health needs in regards to this and work out in conjunction with her allied healthcare team whether or not we feel she's ready to go home, and then discussing with Rosemary the options. This gives our students a chance to really meet with a patient, determine the best case scenarios for them, and work with an allied health team as well as with Rosemary to try and give some good guidance and directions into the future strategies for her healthcare journey. Healthcare isn't just about hospitals. And in order to give our students an experience of what it's like working in community healthcare, we have our actor working as Giovanni. Giovanni has presented with cancer and is undergoing chemotherapy, but is looking for advice from the allied healthcare teams as to the best strategies to continue working, manage energy, maintain a good diet. What can he do to help himself stay in his career? And this is where our students can shine, giving community advice to a person who's just simply looking for help.
Wow, those patients were so convincing. What a cool experience. Now, with me here in the studio is Dr. Christian Morrow. He looks very familiar. And research student Charlotte Phelps, welcome, who are here to tell us a little bit more about what students do in the classrooms, and it has nothing to do with textbooks. The health simulation experience looks so cool, but I also heard that you've actually got other technologies you can use as well.
So, Candice, the days of simply orating to a large group of students are gone.
Yeah.
We now wish to sort of provide a much better, more interactive, engaging experience, have students learn at their own pace while we're there to guide and support them. And it's a really changing world in tertiary education, but technology such as using augmented reality, holograms, virtual reality has been fantastic. Computer-based learning, tablets, smartphone-based learning has all been really interesting, but allows us to guide students to learn in their own pace.
And who would create these applications? They sound so complicated. Everything you said was complicated.
Look, we create them all in-house. It's one of the things that we have great resources anyway, the plastic models and specimens to use in the anatomy lab, for example, but being able to create a brain or a heart in virtual reality empowers us to really add disease or characteristics that we'd like the students to learn from. So it's been quite empowering as an educator to have the ability to do that.
So augmented reality, virtual reality, what's the difference?
I've got an example here of augmented reality. We'll turn to this camera here if we can, and I'll show you an example here. Is, if we can get up. So for example, here's the brain, as you can see there. I can move it around. It's just simply a marker, which I'm holding, that becomes a brain or a heart or anything we like.
Ooh.
So augmented reality allows us to do that augment reality, whereas virtual reality is a complete sensory deprivation. We put the eyes, the ears, the hands, everything in a complete virtual environment using a head-mounted display, which means it's just, even in a busy room, it's just you and that model. And so you spend about 6 minutes, maybe at most, in that environment learning about the heart or different things. So it's been interesting.
It's a lot better than testing on real humans. I would not sign up for that. So that's fantastic that you have this technology available. And Charlotte, I believe you're holding a very interesting contraption. Would you be able to talk us through this?
So what's in Charlotte's hand now is the next levels. This is the difference between virtual reality sensory deprivation and augmented reality where you augment. This is a mix of both. This is called the HoloLens. It's one of the newer ones. We call this mixed reality, and it allows us to actually be in a class, seeing the lecturer, giving the details and giving the content, while also having a beating heart in front of you or a big pair of lungs. So it's very, very exciting. It's the newest in tech, but we find it's really useful for getting our message across, which is that learning about the human body. The human body's in 3D, and so learning from a 2D textbook isn't as useful, but here we can show organs and parts of the body like never before.
How inspiring. That's so cool. Yeah, I think I definitely was like, oh, there's too many textbooks to do that degree. But now that it's a completely different scenario, I'm keen to wear those and learn everything. Did you get to use this? You've studied at Bond. What
Absolutely,
did you study?
I did. So I studied biomedical science, and then now I'm back doing a year of honours by research. So it's amazing. And I had the opportunity to use all of these incredible technological devices. This one here is really amazing. I'm using this year actually and doing a bit of research with it. So we've made a really cool app of the lungs, which then you can see in 3D in front of you. And it's just amazing the variability of it. So you can see all different types of diseases and disorders and where they would be in the body, the different structures, and just having it in 3D and just so accessible as well is amazing.
Okay, last question. Where to from here once you've finished?
So continuing on researching, absolutely. PhD is the goal, and then finishing from there and just continue research and finding new ways to improve health sciences and what we know in medicine. It's so exciting.
Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you both. It's so fantastic, so imperative, especially in a time like we're living in now. So thank you. You can keep grilling Dr. Christian Morrow over at our Chat with an Expert session at bond.edu.au/chat. Speaking of transformative technologies and experiences, let's check in now with Nick, who's over in the Transformer.
Yeah, we're here in the Transformer, which is the hub not for robots in disguise, but for all our Transformer students and programs. Transformer is available to every student here at Bond, whether you're studying a bachelor's, a master's, a diploma, or a research subject. This program is open to you. We learned all about it earlier in the day. Alex teaching Sean about beach tennis, but the important thing to remember is that Transformer is a fee-free entrepreneurship program. It's available to every student here at Bond. So if you've got the big ideas, this is where you make them happen.
Thank you, Nick. I always love hearing from you. Right now, we are broadcasting from Bond's main campus in Robina on the Gold Coast. But you might not know there's actually another campus located only 5 minutes away. The Bond Institute of Health and Sport is a state-of-the-art facility that is home to the High Performance Training Centre, plus our physiotherapy, occupational therapy, sports and exercise science students. We're going to hear more about occupational therapy a little later on in the show, but for now, let's explore the Bond Institute of Health and Sport.
All right, team, here we are at the Bond Institute of Health and Sport. I am about to take a fitness test, and I think I'm going to get my hydration levels checked. But before we do all of that, let's go check out our High Performance Training Center, which is attached to our Bond Institute. Come with me. Hey, Rick.
Sean.
Good to see you.
Hey, mate. Good to see you again, too.
We really appreciate you taking us through the facility today.
No problem at all. My pleasure.
I see a number of signed jerseys, memorabilia from some pretty high-class teams. Do we get teams coming in, or?
Indeed. You would have just missed Carlton left about 30 minutes ago. So just recently, we've had Carlton, Fremantle Dockers, Adelaide Crows. The AFL teams are using this as a hub during the COVID-19.
Man, I cannot wait to see what's going on there, because we have to be doing something special in this kind of facility over here if all of these teams kind of want to be a part of it.
It's a very state-of-the-art, if you like, high-performance training centre. We have accreditations now with ASCA and the NSCA. So I'm pretty sure we are the only high-performance training centre on the planet that have those two accreditations.
Well, I can't wait to kind of walk through and see what these great athletes are doing.
Yeah, sure, head on in.
Absolutely.
Okay. So this essentially is the nuts and bolts of the High Performance Training Centre, where we have 8 cages and 8 powerlifting platforms. This is where all the heavy Olympic lifting is done.
Is there any way you might be able to take me through something? I got a fitness test, but I think I might be able to handle...
Look, how about we just do a couple little RDLs with you? Okay, we'll just use this rack here if you like. So this little exercise is just called an RDL. Just an even grip on the bar, nice straight back to take it out of the rack, and nice straight back, chin up, just down about level with the calf, and in a very controlled fashion. Make sure when you re-rack that, you keep your back straight too, Sean. A lot of people forget. Just the way I showed you, Sean. Great technique, Sean. I'll disinfect that again. So I'll do that.
That's great. Well, maybe we'll check out a bit more, because I'm excited to see it.
So out here, Sean, this is our outdoor training area. Dimensions here are 65 metres in length and 26 metres wide. We had it split up into 2 fields, so you might have New Zealand sevens here warming up and the Wallaby sevens on the other side warming up. And then security would come across, take them through the hole in the gate, out to the field, and they'd come back and ladder and do their recovery.
That's a professional training facility. I mean,
This field was essentially set up for the 2018 Rugby Sevens Commonwealth Games.
If you are excited about this stuff, come check this out. We are happy to show you around. Thanks, Rick. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, so thanks for coming in today. What I'll get you to do is a hydration test, and the best way to do that is to assess the concentration of your urine. So we need a urine sample to do that.
Okay.
You can do that on your own, and the toilets are just down the side. Off you go. Hey, how'd you go?
I think I nailed it, actually.
Did a good job by the looks of things. So generally with the urine colour, you can have a look at that and you can see that's quite clear. And that's the first indication to say that you would be well hydrated. So we can march over here and get this tested out?
Love to, absolutely.
Perfect.
how would someone be involved with kind of some of these testings?
Certainly, both in the undergraduate sports nutrition programs and also in the postgraduate Masters in Nutrition and Dietetic Practice program. It's quite a broad program. It's an accredited program with Dietitians Australia.
Well, I'm anxious to see my own hydration strategies.
Like I said, it looks like you're well hydrated. And so the measurement is 1.004. Now, if you've had a large volume of fluid to drink just recently, you have?
I might have cheated a little bit.
Yeah, right. Because that's all very close to water. Yeah, I caught you out. So I think you're all good to go, though, and we'll hand you over to the physiologist.
Can't wait. Sean, welcome. Thank you. I've just done my hydration test, so looking forward to the next part.
There's a fairly common test of maximal exercise capacity, trying to determine the amount of oxygen that you can get out of the air, deliver it to your working muscles. We're going to be obviously having you on the treadmill with the mouthpiece so that we can measure the air that's going in and out of your lungs. It's going to be hard, but I'm sure you're up for it.
I guess essentially, so I'm going to exhaust myself to see how much oxygen I can get in there.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if I was a student kind of coming to Bond or something like that, would I get to work with kind of some of this equipment?
I mean, we pride ourselves here on active learning, always doing in all our classes.
Well, I'm looking forward to the test. I think from a student perspective, you look at the stuff and you don't know what actually happens. You don't know what goes through on the tests.
And then you go out into the real world and you see it done every day. You can also see the data. That's the big part about where I'm at now. The way to win is to score. But the way to hang around and the way to be on the field is this sort of stuff. There's a lot of money to be thrown around in pro sport, and longevity in pro sport is something that we try to work with.
Man, what a cool space. I'm really excited you guys let me kind of be a part of it. Disappointed with kind of my showing today, but I think if I work with you guys, I think that might be able to improve. So
100%, that's what we're here for.
Dr. Hing, good to see you.
Sean, Harry, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. So we just were downstairs. We did my nutrition and kind of hydration test, working with some of our nutrition and dietetics program. We did my fitness test, so I got to work with some of the exercise and sports students. Not my best performance, I'll be honest with you. But
hopefully you didn't injure yourself.
This is our physiotherapy area, right?
Yeah, definitely. The Doctor of Physiotherapy is a graduate entry program. So a lot of our Bond sports sites and exercise students come straight into our program. You get a double degree. And you get the sports science exercise and you get the physiotherapy degree on top. It really is a point of difference across the programs in Australia.
Physios just give massage and that's it, right?
Oh, definitely. No, you wouldn't live long in the industry if all you did was massage.
Absolutely.
Physiotherapy, it's not only just around treating injuries, it's around prevention of injuries as well. Physios go into all sorts of domains, whether it be in hospitals versus private.
This room looks like a fantastic place to kind of practice your craft. And
so our students go out there and very marketable because they do research, that hands-on research.
Of course.
The other part of our course, which is probably unique, is that 50% of our learning is in the clinical environment.
I appreciate you kind of sharing your facility with us today. It's been an absolutely amazing day. I am pretty dead. I'm hoping I earned some sort of dinner or maybe a banana from downstairs, but yeah, we'll go check that out.
Yeah, great. Well, if you do find that you're injured, come back and we can have a look.
I think you guys took good care of me. I'm feeling good today, so.
I saw you limping.
This is the altitude chamber here, Sean. So we do a lot of hypoxic training here through the little computer pad there, so we can set it to 3,000. It will go up to 5,500 metres above sea level, which is roughly base camp Kosciuszko.
What happens when you increase the altitude and somebody comes in here and trains, at a high level over a certain amount of time?
There's less oxygen in here, So what that does is helps the body improves its exchange of oxygen and help the body work through exercise.
If I was to maybe train in a facility like this at a higher altitude, that might increase my ability at my oxygen, or?
Correct. Okay. It would definitely help. You'd need to get something around around the 6-week marks, a couple of times a week for 6 weeks. So it doesn't happen instantaneously.
Well, no, it looks like a great facility, but I'm kind of seeing a pool, jacuzzi area, recovery area behind us, if we could.
Let's go ahead and check that out. Okay, Sean, well, this is our pool and recovery area. So behind us here, we've got a 4-lane indoor 25-metre pool. Okay. Then we move across to here where we have our heated spa, which is the closest one to us. Then we've got our cold plunge pool and cold walk pool, and they normally sit on around 13.5 to 14 degrees. Ooh. You do the contrast. So normally what a recovery protocol for an athlete would be 2 minutes in the hot spa, okay, and then 3 minutes in the cold plunge or walk, and then repeat that 2 or 3 times.
Guys, this stuff is exciting. It's a cool space. I mean, you get to be in part of the recovery, the development process. I mean, it has been such a good day seeing kind of what we're doing at Bond to kind of promote these different things. So, Rick, again, I can't thank you enough for showing us around your amazing facility. It's been a great day. I'm going to give you one of those. You guys can go ahead and get out of here. I think I might just take a quick dip in the pool if that's okay.
Good on you, Sean. Now, if you'd like to chat to Vernon, who Sean met at the Institute about sport and exercise science, we're about to kick off our Q&A session over at bond.edu.au/chat right now. So head over there. For all of us, 2020, of course, has been a huge year. The whole world has been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think it's safe to say that we all have enormous gratitude for the health professionals who have been working tirelessly to keep us and our loved ones safe. Bond medical students have been on the front line of the pandemic. Let's take a look behind the scenes of the hospitals and clinics and to see what our medical students have been up to.
I'm Yip Trivedi. I am from Auckland, New Zealand, and I've come to Gold Coast at Bond University to study medicine. I'm currently in my final year and I'm trying to be a safe and competent doctor in the coming years.
My name's Kavinda Chinendradasa. I'm a Brisbane boy and I'm studying the MD medical program at Bond. Medicine, I guess, was something for me that I've been exposed to since I was little. My dad, he's a doctor. It was kind of inspired by him to go down this path. It just almost naturally led into this direction.
Despite it being a very serious event going on globally, it's a huge learning opportunity for students right now. This is honestly what the healthcare workers are for events like this. If I'm not going to step up now, then when?
I want to get out of it the experience of being in the front line during a pandemic. It's not often you get an opportunity like that. Fingers crossed it doesn't happen again, but if there is a next time for a pandemic to come out, we're much better prepared, not only personally, but just as a system in general. It's been quite rewarding and quite fulfilling because I personally got all the opportunities that I had, got a lot of hands-on experience, which is a goal of mine, and also got a lot of great learning from a lot of great clinicians. So overall, I'm very happy and I'm stoked about the experience. It is a once-in-a-lifetime, maybe once in a decade, once in a century opportunity. It's rare to be a medical student, let alone a final year medical student who's going through such big changes, not only in the healthcare sector, but in society as a whole. So overall, I think as dire as COVID-19 is and what it's done to society, from a medical student perspective, it is very unique.
Initially, it was an optional thing, and yeah, I am very happy that I did go in, because rather than doing some modules and staying home, being in the environment, seeing, okay, how does a pandemic affect the hospital, kind of gives you a really interesting perspective that not many people have had before. So, no, I'm really glad that I did this rotation.
Oh, aren't those medical students amazing? That nearly brought a tear to my eye. What an incredible experience being at the coalface in hospitals during a pandemic. Joining me now in the studio is Bond alumna and 2018 Young Alumni Award winner, Dr. Helena Franco, welcome, as well as Associate Professor Joe Bishop. Welcome, guys. I have huge respect for what you do, and especially the spotlight's been put on you now all around the world. So thank you for everything you guys do. Helena, what's it like being a doctor at the moment and over the past few months?
I think being a doctor and a healthcare worker this year has given us some really unique challenges, and it's been an interesting time to be working. I've seen the medical community become very apprehensive about the coronavirus pandemic and how it can affect our population, and particularly patients who are at increased risk of the severe potential outcomes of coronavirus, so people who are immunocompromised or elderly. It's led us to challenge how we deliver healthcare, from going from more traditional methods of healthcare delivery to alternative methods such as telehealth and phone consults. And I've seen, increased personal stress among work colleagues and friends related to the coronavirus pandemic, of changes to teaching and redistribution and redeployment to areas of increased need, like the emergency department and the intensive care unit, as well as feeling an increased exposure potential to the virus and risking bringing that home to family or patients.
So a lot to think about. Joe, over to you. What kind of support does Bond offer for medical students?
So the medical program is a 4-year, 8-month program. So for many, straight from school is a huge transition. So within the university, we have many facilities, medical services, psychological services. But within the faculty, we realise that there's a great need. So I'm part of the SASCU team, so it's the Student Affairs and Service Quality team. And what we do have is a manager of health and wellbeing, and her role, she's a clinical psychologist. So Felicity Miller is there for the students. She's there every day of the week. Students can make appointments. It's confidential. And she'll work with us within SASCU. She'll work with the heads of program and the students to make sure that the students can work through their program and wherever transitions facing with them. It is unique to have somebody in-house for students, but I think having that confidential service where students can just go and meet Felicity and find the needs and personalise their experience is so important.
There's something to say about holistic health in that respect as well, and if you can help yourself, you can help others. So yeah, it's amazing what you guys offer. Absolutely incredible. So I think that's all we have time for in terms of questions. Healthcare has been a huge topic in 2020. We've seen increasing pressures on our health systems all over the world. Innovation in these industries is becoming more important than ever as we try and make treatment more effective, hospitals more efficient, and our systems more agile and, of course, responsive. To debunk some common and uncommon health myths, let's check in with Sean, Professor Sharon Micken from Bond's Healthcare Innovations Program, as well as academic and member of the Gold Coast Skeptics, Paulina Stilick, at the Faculty of Health Sciences and Medicine.
Thanks, Candace, and thank you, team, for all the work you're doing behind the scenes. So I am really excited, but we got to move quick. I am here in front of the Faculty of Health Science and Medicine, an area where a lot of biomedical science students, health science, exercise students, this is their spot, okay? We have 2 academics that are actually waiting for us. I'm not going to share their names because it's a bit of a surprise, but I am going to take you a little bit through this building. I got special access today, so come on through. Now, as we come in, what you are going to find, this is actually the best coffee spot on campus, okay? This is a little insider knowledge, all right? But as we walk through, you're going to see a number of study spaces for students, collaboration zones, areas where you can have breakout classrooms, and it's also home to one of the coolest areas on campus, the atrium. And that's actually where we're going to meet our 2 academics who are sitting kind of ready to talk with us. Now, my goal is to make sure you're seeing some of the things we're doing here, as well as some of the things students are able to get themselves involved with. So come on with me, and we'll go meet those special academics. Hi, guys.
Hi, Sean. How are you?
Doing very well. Sharon, Ollie, thank you so much for having us in the group that we are today. So today we are kind of in your beautiful facility, so thank you for having us, like I said. But I think what we're kind of here to talk to you about is kind of maybe the current pandemic a little bit, and maybe, I mean, we are in healthcare, and in that, where I was kind of going is I wanted to see from you specifically, Polly, you were involved in the Gold Coast Skeptics. It's an organization, I'll let you speak about it because I don't know enough, but one, I just kind of wanted to hear what that is about.
Yeah, so I'm the president of a local skeptics group called the Gold Coast Skeptics. And basically we try and promote science and critical thinking to the public. And we predominantly do this with monthly meetups, and we podcast all of our talks to allow it to access a wider audience to access the information.
Awesome. So I guess directly with that, so why is, I guess, misinformation particularly dangerous in a pandemic?
Yeah. So misinformation has been around always.
Of course.
And one of the things about the dangers in a pandemic, or because it's such a new situation, is that the science itself is evolving.
Yeah.
And that can create a little bit of confusion, but that's because science is trying to do what science does best, and it's self-correcting, and that's absolutely normal. So in all that confusion, what can happen is that misinformation can come about, and it's actually a lot easier to spread misinformation during a time like a pandemic. A really good example of this is in the spread of some rumours and misinformation around prevention. If you drink hot water or alcohol or methanol or bleach or, disinfectant, it'll stop you from getting it. This is not only not true, it in itself is really dangerous.
What's really cool, I think that space is so important, and even some of the things you brought up, I think are things I honestly sit here and I don't know that I knew, and so I appreciate you kind of sharing that with us. I will transition kind of over to you, Sharon, and you are kind of one of the lead individuals who helped create the first Masters of Healthcare Innovation program. Why is innovation on the back of this so important at this point, moving forward?
Okay, so innovation is really crucial for healthcare as an industry.
Yeah.
Healthcare is very complex, and at the moment we've got sort of three trends of increasing activity. So we've got increasing costs getting out of control across the world. We're all living longer, and we're therefore using more healthcare and expecting more healthcare to keep us alive, healthier for longer. And I think technology is also giving us a whole lot of options, and some really great options. So as a consequence, we can't, the healthcare system can't just keep building and increasing, and we need some innovation to kind of really focus that down to what do healthcare users need and how do we provide it.
Just a bit of a left turn. Do you find that there is a certain type of student or person that actually is it comes after this, or is in their heart, or can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, because I think what we're doing with our program, we're co-teaching with our research colleagues from the Institute of Evidence-Based Healthcare, and also with business academics from the business school.
Okay.
And so what we're saying is that you need to understand the research evidence to know what works. But we also need to understand how people work and how people think and how organisations and systems work. So I think really the people that we're targeting is people who've got a career in healthcare. You kind of, know what you're doing, but you're wanting a new challenge.
Yeah.
You're also possibly thinking that, I don't really want to do a PhD, but I want to do something else.
Yeah.
And so this program's in the middle because it actually gives you a different way to look at the work that you're currently doing. And it also gives you a chance to learn with and about some of those aspects of innovation, so that potentially you can start innovating in your own practice, just improving. Not all innovations are about super tech and super cool, but some of the innovations in healthcare just are about being really respectful of patients and understanding and meeting their needs and actually improving the way services are delivered.
I don't feel like I'm an innovator. I feel like I'm going to walk away from this table wanting to go change and innovate. I think the passion of both of you kind of comes through in the way you speak, and I appreciate both of you for taking the time to kind of go through what you do and the work you're doing out there. So thank you both very much.
Well, it can be fun to learn about innovation and get involved in innovation.
Absolutely. And it's exciting. It's still fun for you. Really appreciate you coming and joining us today. Candace, I am going to send it back to you for more kind of open day activities. Thank you.
A very relevant discussion in these very interesting times, and that atrium space is beautiful. I love all the greenery. Thank you again, Sean, Paulie, and of course, Sharon. Occupational therapy. It's actually been named the second fastest growing career in Australia, I can't believe that, and the fourth in the United States. So to tell us more about occupational therapy at Bond and to show us how to set up a safe and ergonomic study space, we have Assistant Professor Michelle Fair joining us with student Amy outside. So I think we should go and find them. Now, I'm actually personally really interested in finding out about these ergonomic desk spaces because in this sort of new time that we live in, we are working from home, we're working from cafes, we're working from everywhere. So I actually would love to take some of these tips into my personal life as well. Hey guys, I'm going to rush over to you. I really have been interested to find out a little bit about this desk setup. But first, I should ask you, what exactly is occupational therapy?
Well, as a profession, we work in a client-centred manner, and we work with people to enable them to participate in their activities of daily living. So things that they want to be able to do, or to be able to do, or need to be able to do. So it could be as simple as being able to dress yourself or brush your teeth, or it might be being able to access the community, or perhaps actually attending the workplace after injury.
Yeah, of course. I feel so far away from you, but of course social distancing, that's why. So I do have to ask, obviously it sounds amazing what you do for people. It sounds like really philanthropic, but it is a career and it is a way to make money. So what careers could you go into?
So OT, we work with people across the lifespan, so from birth to death. So we can be found in a lot of different places. The more familiar places people might be aware of are hospitals and community centres, aged care facilities and schools working with children. But there's a lot of OTs working in private practice, so I also work in private practice when I'm not here at Bond. And we also have OTs working in government, in policy making, research, academia, so quite a variety.
Well, I would love to find out about this ergonomic setup. I'm awful. When I'm texting, I'm leaned over, I'm awful. So tell me, start from the bottom.
So I guess the most important thing to know is that there's no one setup for everybody, because we're all individuals and we're different sizes and we have different needs. So as we always, as OTs, look at the person. So I'm going to be looking at what Amy's needs are today. And the next thing we take into consideration is what are we actually doing? So we're looking at the occupation, because we're occupational therapists, that's what we do. So her occupation today would be studying using the computer. And then we're going to look at the environment. So once we start looking at all of those three together, we have to try and meld them to get the best outcome for that one person. So with Amy today, we've just got her on a standard chair, because most people at home won't have a nice ergonomic chair like this one. Ideally, if they did, that'd be great, because we've got a fair bit of adjustment. We can raise it, we can tilt, we can do a lot of different things. But what we want to do is get people using what they've got at home. I know a lot of students spend time on their couches, in bed, with their laptops. Not ideal. So I've got a couple of tricks, I guess, to look for when we're setting up our own workstation. So we want to keep our ankles and knees at around 90 degrees. So you can see the chair that Amy's on is actually pretty good for her height. For me, it wouldn't work, but for Amy, it's pretty good. With our hips, we really want the angle to open up to about 100 to 120. So this is quite vertical. So we wouldn't want Amy sitting here for long periods of time. Our bodies are designed to move. So if we don't have the adjustable sit-stand desk, which most people wouldn't at home, we really want people to move about. So you might want to swap from here to the kitchen bench and work on there for a while.
That's a good tip.
Or get your ironing board out if you have one, and raise it up and down. You know, give yourself those options at home. So if you are sitting somewhere like this, laptops, as we can see, are a bit of a problem. If we're just using the laptop, we tend to lean forward. We've got the chin poke going, our neck's down, like Amy's showing us. So a couple of tricks to make it so much better for us to maintain the natural curves of our spine is to have your separate keyboard, your separate mouse, and then start to raise your laptop so that we can get the monitor up. So we want the monitor to be approximately eye level to the user, and that will keep our neck in a nice neutral position. So if we look at Amy now, as if she was...
You look great, Amy. Anyways, we will have to actually move on. I have so many more questions, but we'll actually have to direct people over to our Ask an Expert, because then they can ask you any more questions, because, we're running out of time, but I would love to learn more about this. I might catch you after.
Okay.
Thank you so much. It's been so wonderful. So make sure you head over to our chat, Ask an Expert. Anything, they're ready and they're going to answer your questions right now.
when the light grows dim. 'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. 'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. 'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. 'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
And welcome to those who are joining us for the first time today. And welcome back to the viewers who have been so loyal and have been part of this entire ride. Thank you so much. Now, this part of Open Day Live from Bond is all about what's next. You'll hear from a number of students about their experiences at Bond, as well as some of our experts about everything you need to know before taking the leap into a uni degree. We've also got a range of experts lined up to answer your burning questions about the programs and content. Our next session on occupational therapy is due to kick off in, I think it's 10 minutes now. So head over to bond.edu.au/chat to join. So this is my favourite part. We're about to give away more prizes, so stay tuned. First, we have the two merch packs to give away. That's exciting. If you have registered for Open Day Live from Bond, you've gone into the draw to win some awesome prizes, including some great threads. So, let's see. Yes, they've come through. This is really cool. I love this part because I can see where you're watching from. So, V. Ralhan from Canada, thank you so much. Congratulations. And M. Arya from Sydney. I love that there's people literally all around the world. You are the lucky winners. We'll be in touch. We'll get those sent out to you ASAP. Now, the merch might be gone, but there's still time to enter the draw to win the big one. A $2,000 Apple voucher. Head to bond.edu.au/Open Day to register your details. Now, this time last year at Open Day, Bond launched its suite of brand new transformation degrees. How good does that sound? Featuring the bachelor programs of digital transformation, entrepreneurial transformation, health transformation, and legal transformation. Now, these degrees were designed to respond to the future of work, breaking down silos between disciplines and creating a new kind of graduate. In this session, we'll look inside a collab classroom and speak to some students. But first up, we have Professor Nick James, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Law and a key mind behind these new degrees. Welcome back. You're everywhere. That's awesome. You're very busy. Can you tell us a little bit about these transformation degrees? For me, I have no idea because I wasn't here when they were here.
No, fair enough. It's a good question, and there's a lot of interest in these new degrees, but we have to kind of explain them each time because they are quite radical and innovative. So we sort of started with the point that a lot of people are observing at the moment, that the world of work is being fundamentally transformed and disrupted. So, these new technologies, internationalization, changing demographics, changing cultures, everything is just shaking things up out there in the world of work. And you often hear people saying things like, the kind of jobs that young people today are going to be doing in 10 years' time don't even exist yet.
Yes.
Which, of course, makes it challenging for universities, particularly those like Bond, that are really focused on preparing students for their future careers. So it got us asking, what do we need to do to respond to this disruption? So we went out and we spoke to employers across a wide range of sectors, and they told us what we already suspected, was that they're already looking for people that have all new job titles and all new job descriptions, and they were struggling because they said, there's no degree that leads to this position. We need people trained up in these skills with this expertise, but there's no degree that prepares them. And so we went back to the drawing board and said, okay, let's start to build those degrees for what is a world of work that looks completely different. And we developed these 4 degrees.
And then what kind of students should do these degrees? Are they creative students or...?
It's any student who's paying attention to what's happening out there in the world.
Okay.
I mean, of course, we still offer all the traditional degrees. And of course, there are still the traditional career pathways. So for me in law, of course, we still offer a law degree because there is still demand for lawyers. But at the same time, these professional sectors are being turned on their heads, and they need new types of graduates. And that's what these degrees are doing.
You hit the nail on the head, Professor. I couldn't agree more. You've got to really have eyes and ears on at all times at the moment. Things that is changing every day, every second, really. So we stopped by the Transformation Collab classroom last week to get an insight into the kinds of discussions students are having in class. So let's take a look, and then we'll be back with 2 students, Harry and Shari.
Like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. 'Cause no one can do it like
Hi, I'm Thomas Coughlin and I'm a teaching fellow in the Transformation CoLab.
Hi, my name's Wendy Benithan. I'm an Associate Professor in the Faculty of Law and I co-convene one of the units in the Transformation CoLab program. What we're doing here today is looking at how scientists have modelled an ethical decision-making framework to try and establish a baseline for decision-making by autonomous vehicles. It's a real-world situation and we're keen to see how CoLab students approach these problems and what solutions they might have.
Not only allow us to talk about what some of our ideas are surrounding these issues, but actually be placed within the situations and build a little more empathy and perspective on what actually the consequences of those decisions and values are.
So we're going to have a look at some of the scenarios that they put forward and get you guys to think about which is the better outcome, A or B.
All right, so what we can see here is a particular type of dilemma that we see pop up in ethical discourse traditionally, but now we're looking at it particular to autonomous vehicles. So in this example, the autonomous car has sudden brake failure and has the option to continue forward and kill a bunch of pets. So in this case, we have 2 dogs and a cat crossing the road. Or it can swerve to miss that collision, but in doing so, it will hit a male, a female doctor, and a pregnant lady. So what should the autonomous car do in these sorts of environments?
Obviously, you don't want to kill animals for no reason, but I think you have to value the human life more than the life of the pets. So I think the car should continue on straight.
Okay, so this is kind of making an evaluative statement that if we're marketing self-driving cars, human life is to be protected over, say, pets or domestic animals in the urban environment.
Yeah, I think so.
So does that change if instead of being a domestic cat or dog, you're instead talking about the last surviving member of an endangered species at all?
I don't think so. I think regardless of whether it's an endangered species or not, you need to value the human life more, unfortunately, obviously. But I think, yeah, the car should still continue on straight, even if it is an endangered species.
What we might do now is look at a little more complicated example where we start to compound these different factors into the same scenario. So what we've got here is we've got the self-driving car with sudden brake failure. Its options are to swerve, missing some pedestrians that are crossing illegally, but in doing so it's going to hit a barrier. Hitting that barrier will result in the drivers of the car dying, and we've got a criminal, a large man, a male doctor, 1 baby and a male executive in the car who are casualties. If instead it decides to continue in its forward path and take out the pedestrians, in this sense we've got 1 criminal, a large man, a male doctor and a baby as casualties. And note they are crossing in a red signal. Does this factor into your evaluation at all, or is that kind of not a priority here?
I think it would factor into the evaluation. If the pedestrians are crossing on a red signal, then that's something they shouldn't be doing legally, so it could hold them liable. The other thing about the scenario is that by continuing straight in the second option, we actually have 1 less death. So if we're looking at it numerically, that's also causing less harm by having 1 less person killed.
Yeah, so I do agree with your point, Shari. They should definitely continue straight. Firstly, because it's less interference. I think as much as possible we should try not to change the course of things. And secondly, I don't think that their crime that they're committing is enough justification for them to end up dead. I don't think that would really qualify in court that because they were jaywalking, then it's okay that they were run over. And also it is 1 less life. So those are my 3 main reasons why they should continue straight.
I think the issue is though that, for example, the baby would have no idea that it was crossing illegally. So, for example, if there was a group of kids that were to run across the road, unknowing that the light was red, then it kind of, they're not doing it intentionally. If you were to go straight, that's killing innocent lives, regardless. And as the owner of the vehicle, you have willingly chosen to purchase a vehicle knowing that there may be issues like this. So, whereas the pedestrians have no clue.
So activities such as the moral machine give us a little bit of insight into some of the ethical dilemmas, but they're by no means going to give us the whole story. For starters, there's the question about, is this a valid way of working out what sort of ethical standards we expect from autonomous vehicles? Is putting it up to what is essentially a fairly biased popular vote really a good way of establishing a moral code for an autonomous intelligence system? Then, of course, there's a yawning disconnect between legal liability for in the event that you hit a pedestrian while driving a traditional vehicle. How does that translate to things like the moral machine? This gives us a guideline, but it's by no means the whole picture of how we should be programming these vehicles and how we should be regulating their use on the roads, including for liability when they do fail and cause harm to passengers and occupants.
Harry, Shari, welcome to Open Day live from Bond. That was such an interesting discussion. So let me ask, how do you approach a global challenge like this? What do you think? It's kind of crazy. Hey?
Yeah, it's really hard. Obviously, it's like a big issue, and a lot of ethical issues come into play with different things like that. But it's really interesting. We get to go through it with obviously our professional lecturers, and they help us through it. But it's really good to approach these things just in small doses, kind of see each problem on its own and work it from there.
I find it really interesting when you're coming up with these topics. Can you just remind us of some topics you've done in the past?
Yeah, we've done so many. So obviously a lot of ethical issues. We cover a lot of environmental issues, political issues, and then as well as just like legal issues and basic enterprise foundations and things like that.
It's super interesting. Shari, what would a typical day look like for you?
These kind of challenges and hard questions that you can't really answer are a typical day. We do so much problem solving and thinking and discussion work as well. Lots of what do you think and how are we going to fix it? Yeah.
Now, Harry, you actually have started a whole other degree, right? What happened there?
Yeah, so I actually began at Bond and studied psychology, and then I went to a different university and started an education degree as well, and then I found my way back to Bond now for the entrepreneurial transformation.
Wow, you sound like a true entrepreneur, changing, innovating. That sounds really cool.
I definitely feel like I've found my degree that I'm enjoying and want to do now, though.
Yeah, that's awesome. So exciting. Well, thank you so much, guys. There is so much to explore around this topic. So if you'd like to chat more in depth to our experts, head over to bond.edu.au/chat to join in our special Q&A session starting in just 10 minutes. We're going to talk to some more students back in a moment. Actually, I think we're going to get them on Zoom. So I might walk over here now and see who we've got connecting. This is really exciting. So 2 other students, I believe we are calling them, and they're in Melbourne at the moment. Oh, hello, one's here. Oh, I'm so happy to see you here. So we might actually chat to you first, and then we'll see how the Zoom is going, because I thought maybe, who have we got? We've got Lachlan.
Yes.
Lachlan Bongers, and you studied Juris Doctor.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and so you're not a current student, so you've finished.
Yeah, so I graduated from the Juris Doctor, which is a postgraduate degree, back in 2015. Yeah, it was a 2-year degree, so 2014, 2015, I was living here on the coast and have moved away, and now I've made my way back to Robina and beautiful Gold Coast.
Yeah, and can you give us a little snapshot of life since graduating?
Yeah, sure. So when I graduated from my degree, I went straight into a graduate position with a firm in Brisbane. That was assisted greatly by the Career Development Centre here at Bond. I spent 5 years with that firm throughout my degree, working there as well as the years after that. And then obviously that took me to Melbourne for a couple of years of private legal practice down in Melbourne. And 12 months ago, my fiancée and I decided that we were missing life on the Gold Coast too much. So now I'm currently working as a commercial lawyer at Minter Ellison, just down the road.
That's really cool. So
Yeah.
your experience at Bond has now shaped your whole adult life.
Well, I mean, we had such great memories.
Yeah.
We lived just around the corner from Bond when I was studying. We lived here for 2.5 years, and we couldn't really fault the climate, the lifestyle, and not to mention that there's absolutely no sacrifice on the quality of work around here as well. So it was a no-brainer for us.
You're a great advertisement for Bond University. You finish and then move back.
Yeah,
that's really cool. And I think we've got someone lovely on Zoom. Stephanie White, I believe. Is that Stephanie?
Hi Candice, how are you?
Oh, I love all this technology. It's so cool. And you're actually in Melbourne at the moment, and you'd obviously be in lockdown, wouldn't you?
I am, yeah. Lots of people with masks walking around out.
Yeah, of course. And I guess this would be quite a highlight, being live streamed all around the world while you can't even leave home. So is this a bit of a highlight for your day today?
Definitely. I've had a busy day today because I've had this Zoom call, so it's definitely made my day.
Oh, that's so great. We should have actually had you zoomed in the whole day. You could have helped me out. That would have been awesome. So you actually moved interstate to go to Bond. Can you talk us through what that was like, that experience?
Yeah, well, I think since finishing year 12, I was a little bit nervous to move interstate, as I guess anyone naturally would be. So I actually started my psychology degree. I study psychology and law at Bond, but I started a psychology degree at Swinburne in Melbourne because I wanted to compare what life would be like doing uni where I live and what it would be like interstate. And I started at Melbourne. I started in Melbourne studying at Swinburne, and as much as Swinburne's a great university, it just didn't really provide me with the hands-on kind of community experience that Bond does. Like, Bond is so conducive to making friends, getting involved in co-curricular activities. The teachers are so supportive. The classes are so small. And I just didn't feel like that was what I experienced at Swinburne. And I really missed that kind of community feel. So that's why I transitioned to going to Bond, which has been amazing.
Oh, well, we look forward to seeing you back here very soon. And for now, you better be tuning in till the last moment. I'm going to check up on this. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking time out of your very busy day to be with us today. So all the best and take care of yourself. Thank you, thank you. So thanks to everyone. It's always interesting to hear all of our journeys and how people make their way all the way to the Gold Coast and Bond. Next up, we're going to talk about entry into Bond University in a special session for Year 12 students. But first, you might have heard a little bit about Fee Help, the Australian government's interest-free fee loan that can be used to finance your university studies. So let's hear more about it right now.
What's Fee Help? Well, it's pretty much what it says it is. Fee Help is the Australian government's interest-free student loan scheme to help you with your university fees. With Fee Help, you don't have to pay your university fees up front. Instead, Fee Help will take care of your university fees until you're out in the workforce, where once your income reaches a certain level, you'll start paying off a small proportion of your loan. When it's time, your employer can withhold money from your salary to recover your payments, just like withholding tax or superannuation contributions. Fee Help is available to all eligible Australian fee-paying students studying at private or public institutions. That includes Australian citizens, eligible New Zealand citizens, as well as some permanent Australian visa holders. And there is no loan fee. When it comes to your career ambitions, the sky is the limit. But there is a limit to Fee Help. It covers the total amount of most courses at Bond University, but if you reach the limit, you can pay the remaining amount on a subject-by-subject basis, or make contributions per semester. It's up to you. Fee Help is here to help you achieve your goals. Visit bond.edu.au/feehelp to learn more.
In late 2018 and early 2019, the Bond Main Library underwent a number of renovations.
One of the main things we wanted to achieve was securing the reserve collection and the staff area behind the desk so that we could open the library for longer hours without having to have staff here all of the time. We also wanted to create a more flexible group study area so that students could eat in this area. The other thing that we really wanted to achieve was additional quiet study space. The nature of library collections is changing. There's more electronic, less print, so we were able to remove 10 rows of the print collection up on level 3 and create an additional 58 study seats.
So Bush's involvement in the project started about 12 months ago, and we gave feedback to the library that we had heard from students, and then we were also involved in looking at the design before it came to fruition. So it's really important in having students involved in renovating spaces around campus because they're the people who are going to be using it, but also because students are always changing, and so as new groups of students come through, they want to see a different type of space.
2020 has been full of surprises, to say the very least. And high school students, especially those in Year 12 right now, have shown incredible resilience in their studies. It's been a really different year, so the entry process for Year 12 students next year is also going to have to be a little bit different. So I've got Domestic Regional Manager and Expert Scott Williamson here with me in the studio, as well as student Becky, who you might actually recognise from our Instagram lives and stories and segments throughout the day. Welcome, guys. So they're both here to talk about the process for Year 12s and share some advice about choosing a uni. Scott, so for me, it was so easy. I knew I was going to Bond when I was about 7. So, but not everyone has that sort of luxury in knowing. What would you say to Year 12 students who are going, what am I doing now? Where am I going?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big decision to make. And for a long time, we only saw students really focus on the program. And with regards to focusing on a program, obviously you need to know what you're going to study, but as a secondary to that, it's really important to focus on the sort of environment that you're actually going to put yourself in after your Year 12 year. So we're starting to see students really look at that as a forefront now, and that's fantastic because in Australia we're lucky enough to have so many options for universities. So students really need to look at aligning themselves with an environment that will best suit their learning abilities. So students need to be very mindful and honest with themselves with regard to their learning abilities and their learning behaviours, and putting themselves in an environment which really caters to that and allows them to thrive in a particular environment.
And if students really don't want to lock themselves into a university right now, what advice do you have on that? Should you lock in? Shouldn't you?
There'll always be students like yourself who are very keen on going to a particular institution. I know Becky was like that as well, always very keen on Bond, and that's fantastic. You can get the paperwork signed straight away. Yeah. But for those students who are looking at maximising their options, I would encourage students to do the Bond application process. We're obviously accepting applications now. Get a conditional offer letter for Bond University, do the QTAC process, SATAC, so on, and at the end of the year, put all your offers on the table and decide what's best for you at that point in time.
I like the sound of that. I knew I was going to come to Bond because I went to an open day when I was about 7. I was like, yes, done. And then, I studied here. Becky, what about you? Was it that easy for you? Did you know from when you were younger?
Yes, so like Scott said, that was pretty much the same process for me. I knew exactly where I wanted to come and what I wanted to do, and for me it was just coming onto campus and seeing the interactions with academics, and they remembered me in between each visit that I had here, from open days to high school muting and student for a semester type programs. And they always remembered who I was, and to me that was absolutely amazing and a community I wanted to be a part of. So,
did you apply for an early offer?
Yes, I did. So I applied early on in the year, and that's incredible that Bond get back to you so quickly and you know exactly where you're going to be going, which takes a lot of stress out of Year 12 for you because you know that you're coming back. You come in here and you've got that acceptance as opposed to having to worry on top of every other concern that you have in Year 12.
Well, thank you so much. We've only got time for one more question, so that is going to be a tip from you, Becky. What's your tip?
I think my biggest tip would be to follow yourself. So do what you want to be doing. This is the time to be selfish and follow what you want your future to look like. So just make sure that you're thinking about what you want as opposed to what everyone else around you is telling you.
Oh, that's amazing advice. Well, thank you so much, Scott and Becky. That is so great to know. And for all you guys out there who have any questions, Scott will be online over at bond.edu.au/chat to answer your questions at 4:30. Next up, we're going to speak to a member of the Bond International team about everything international students need to know about studying at Bond. But before then, let's take another look at our beautiful Gold Coast. Now, while the borders may be closed for the time being, it's not too early to start thinking about studying at Bond if you're living abroad. It's never too soon to start thinking about coming to this university. Making a decision to study overseas takes loads and loads of research, though, not to mention moving to a new city, getting to know a whole new culture. I do highly recommend it. It's awesome for personal growth. At Bond, we try to make this process as easy and as smooth as possible. So today we've invited the lovely Christine from our international team to the studio to tell us a little bit about what it's like to be an international student at Bond. So obviously you've got so much experience in this. Can you tell me a little bit about the international opportunities here at Bond?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess a lot of international students come into studying at Bond with different factors, especially Bond is a small-sized university with approximately 4,500 students on campus. 45% are international students coming from 90 different countries. It is a kind of global campus and a multicultural learning experience. We offer small-sized classes. It's 1 to 10 is the ratio we have, so 1 staff to 10 students in a class in average. That means that kind of personalized learning experience. All the lecturer will know student by their first name from day one until they graduate. This kind of engaging, interactive learning experience really highlight and explain why Bond is ranked number 1 for student experience for 14 years in a row.
Wow.
And also because Bond offers accelerated degree, fast-track degree. That means if you come here to do an undergraduate degree, you will finish in 2 years' time rather than 3 years. For international students, especially, they're saving whole year living expenses here. We offer a lot of different support for our students. Career Development Center, for example, they are here to assist the student to get the work experience. Do we really want our students to have that hands-on experience to be employable once they graduate here from Bond? Yeah. Beyond Bond is an example for students to have that kind of work-related skills they will have. Yeah. Learning Skill Center. So we have an academic skill center to help students with math, grammar, time management, that type of skill. It's one-on-one consultation, and they are free to all our students.
Wow. So it sounds very enticing, but of course there is an application process. Can you just give us a snapshot of what that would look like to apply?
Yeah, sure. Bond take direct applications, so it's simple, straightforward. I guess compared to other universities, it's a bit different because ours is pretty straightforward. You just jump online, put your application in, provide relevant document, of course, your previous study, academic transcript, completion certificate, and other supporting document like a passport or visa documents, especially for high school students. So if you're starting a high school here in Australia, you don't have to go through QTEC. You can apply directly at any time, any point, whenever you are ready.
Well, I have so many more questions, but that's all we have time for. So thank you so much, Christine. And to keep chatting all things international, head over to bond.edu.au/chat to ask any questions you may have. Now, we're nearing the end of the broadcast. Oh no, but there's still a great conversation to go. We're going to be talking to some of our Bond University college students and alumni next. We'll be right back, so stay tuned.
My teachers have become my mentors. They encourage me to be more creative, to think differently, and to aim higher in my study and my future career.
At Bond, you're never alone. There's always someone willing to help you in any way they can.
My classes are very practical. We do a lot of our learnings in labs, we have access to professional equipment and industry placements.
Bond has been the best home away from home.
Our next session will take you through the different pathways to Bond. Bond University College provides pathways to undergraduate study, including English language programs. We've got 2 students lined up to give us the lowdown on their journeys from Bond College to Bond University. Welcome to the studio, Zana and Kiva. Now, I've actually had someone ask me this question this morning, so I'm glad you're here because you can answer it for us. Now, you actually came all the way from Latvia, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow, and what inspired you to join Bond University?
I actually came as experienced student in high school, so I think it was one of those days when universities came to the campus, so I thought, oh, Bond College, that looks exciting. And
the rest is history. 7 years later, I'm still here.
7 years later, and you're completing your PhD.
Yes.
I can't believe you've just gone from Bond College through to the undergrad and then PhD. Is there
That's
anything
correct.
in between? No, those 3 stages.
There's an honours here
Yeah,
after undergrad, but that's just research training, yeah.
That's really impressive. So you'll be a doctor soon?
Yes, hopefully.
Wow, that's really exciting. Did you know that when you signed up for Bond College that you'd be a doctor?
No, I did not. I told my mum, just 1 degree and then I'll come home.
Oh.
So I did a degree and then I said, just 1 more degree and I never came home.
Do you think that the Gold Coast lifestyle is another reason why you decided to stay and do your doctorate?
Absolutely. It's just so beautiful here.
Yeah, it really is. Absolutely. So Kiva, you're actually a Gold Coast local. Yes, I am. So was your decision to come to Bond pretty easy then?
It was so easy.
Yeah.
Definitely. Like, I love the campus. It's my favourite part.
Yeah. And what did you start studying here?
I started the preparation program that would prepare me for the diploma. Then I can go on to an undergraduate degree.
Okay, and how did you find that in terms of the community? Did you feel like part of the people?
Yeah, absolutely. I love all my teachers. I've made so many friends here so far. It's been great.
Okay, so catch me up to speed. Where are you now? Are you midway through?
I've just started my diploma this semester. So yeah, I'm getting started in my health science studies.
Oh, wow. So this is such an interesting pathway. Do you have any advice for people who would like to take a similar path to you?
It's just probably about finding and using all the support available here. That's the the best things that I've done. Just using everyone available. It's helped so much.
Well, it is just so enlightening listening to people who have actually done it themselves. And, you know, you're still starting out. You're about to finish your PhD and become a doctor. It's amazing to hear from you. So thank you so much for taking the time out of your day. Now, I think we've got something really exciting happening now. So the show is drawing to a close, but I do have my favourite part of the show. And I'm glad. Do you guys want to stay here for my announcement? We're actually about to announce who has won the $2,000 Apple voucher. Are you happy to stay with me?
Of course. Absolutely.
Okay. So, you know what? We're just going to have to wait for a second. I'm just still waiting to find out who the winners are, so stay tuned. All good?
Sales would actually see their own reflection, but it'd also see the reflection of Bond, and ultimately with the names, they'd actually have some responsibility to the other people that had gone before them. That way, they could see how they're contributing to the globe, and vice versa, the globe is contributing back to them. It weighs approximately 1.5 ton, approximately 6.5 metres tall, 3 metres. It's stainless steel, marine grade, and it's mirror finished. The globe itself is actually sandblasted with a map of the world. And then we have the 4 pillars of learning, which are really the sails. If you notice, the top of the sculpture bursts open. So in other words, there is no closure to it. They're all supported by the 30,000, up to 30,000 names of the past students. They're the beginning. There's no end to it. Well, there is definitely something secret in there, which you have to find.
Well, I can't believe this, but the show is drawing to a close, so I had to get the hype guys back in because we couldn't do this without them. There's one more really important thing left to do. Award our major prize, the $2,000 Apple voucher. I'm so excited for this. I think you guys have done such a good job today, by the way. I have to thank you, honestly. So awesome. Can I get a drum roll? Just like one more favor. Just a drum roll. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Okay, go. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and the winner is... Here we go. S. Poots from Australia. Congratulations. Congratulations. This is so much fun. Thank you so much much for joining us from wherever you are. We've loved showing you the Bond experience. Goodbye from all the Bondies involved, and we can't wait to welcome you to the Bond community. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Cause